Faraja Africa Foundation and her partners organized the East African Youth Parliament in 2018 following the establishment of the East African Community, which comprises of 7 member states, that is Burundi, Rwanda, Kenya, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, and the recently added Democratic Republic of Congo.
Well, my name is 𝗪𝗲𝗪𝗶. I'm first speaker of East African Youth Legislative Assembly. When you talk about the East African Youth Parliament, and since I was the first speaker, I traveled to all the 6 countries by bus. I met a lot of young people. I got a big connection with them. So that's really inspired me that what am I going to do?
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you all for coming here. And it's kind of request for us to start. This is
My name is 𝗪𝗲𝗪𝗶. I am the head of the Foundation and the project officer. I'm the project officer of the government. I am here with my colleagues as well and the It is my pleasure to come here for this session. We are going to have a distinguished group of people because I realize that this is a discussion in the different districts is actually very limited. Not quite many as it is actually very few. As we begin, I'd like to emphasize the significance of this gathering. This session is to provide insights, exchange ideas, and engage in meaningful discussions that shape our future and our policies. The agenda is designed to address key issues and topics that are crucial to our mission. As well known, our mission is to make sure that youth are engaged meaningfully and they are empowered. I encourage everyone to participate. Guys, excuse me. Can we have my meeting, please? No.
Please.
You will have these issues discussed later. Thank you so much for your presence. Once again, a nice day.
Thank you very much, Salam. I take this chance to now invite our chief guest, Madam Judith, who are host of this.
Thank you very much, the executive for the team leader of West Nile Power Center, the partners that have made it possible for our sittings today, my dear gallant members of this parliament of West Nile, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bring you greetings from the 4th regional parliament of West Nile region as the outgoing speaker. I bring you greetings from Arua City, most particularly the central division, the heart of the city. I bring you greetings from the resident city commissioner of our city.
I also bring you greetings from the deputy resident city commissioner of our city.
My name is 𝗪𝗿𝗶𝗺𝗫. I am the fourth regional speaker for the Youth Parliament of West Nile region. I am also currently the Assistant Presidency Commissioner in charge of the Central Division, which is the heart of 𝗪𝗿𝗏. I am also the regional spokesperson for the Patriotic League of Uganda, which is headed by our President, General Lobongo. I speak on behalf of PLU for West Nile region. And the journey started from here. Allow me to thank the different partners that have made it possible today, even that made it possible last year, where my journey of where I am today began from. And especially where I want to thank 𝗪𝗏𝗃 Africa for empowering me as a young woman. But even before 𝗪𝗏𝗃 knew me, I would like to take this honor to thank my mentor, the West Nile Youth Empowerment Center. Because I've been a youth leader, I served as the district female youth councillor for 𝗪𝗏𝗃 district. Because of their mentorship, I was able to serve the entire 5 years as a district executive committee member in the position of Secretary of Social Services. That gives a platform for me to interact at a regional level. That gave me a position to interact at a national level. And I am today what I am is because of the West Nile Youth Empowerment Center, coupled with other different partners, including 𝗪𝗏𝗃 Africa, that enabled me to take the mentorship of the speakership, the last year's regional youth parliament. To the partners that have committed themselves to put in resources, I want to say I am more than glad today, because when I look into this room, I see a lot of inclusiveness. Compared to the regional parliament that we had last year, where the number of females were very few, I see the women have outcompeted the male counterpart, and this is the inclusiveness that I'm talking about. A round of applause to our parties. When I see inclusivity in the areas of persons with disability being part of our engagement, it shows a commitment that we do not leave out our persons who live with different categories of disability. And even to aid them more with the translator, like this gives me that zeal that nobody is left out in this regional youth parliament. And I would like to thank the conveners and partners who have put money for this cause. As young people of this region, one thing I call upon today, that you must get united so that you have a front to demand the parliament to pass the motions that you're going to deliberate upon today. United is a force, and disunited is not a force. I am speaking this out of experience, and as a region, I would love to see that West Nile this time chairs the National Youth Parliament of this year. And it is my humble request that you remain united after here, so that you are able to consolidate your numbers and win the elections at the national level. Please do not take this journey that you are starting today for jokes. Some of us started it as a joke in 𝗪𝗏𝗃 where we sat last year, but where we are today is where the young people can least expect to be. But there's nothing impossible without us. Young people in this country, almost 90% of this country, we can stand as young. Today in this parliament shall be motions that will not only specifically benefit you, but for the entire country. I bring attention to you before even you go to your different motions, that issues of climate change are real, and that every young person, because the generation belongs to us, every young person has to stand firm and make sure that the environment that we live in is very conserved, and it must be an environment that we can be living in sustainably so that we can leave it for our generations to come. And also, as young people, government has a lot of programs that are going on. As change makers in our various districts, I expect that you take lead and sensitize the masses of the young people so that they can come and receive the different government programs that are going on. I would not like to take much time. Please let's be organized, because I remember last year when we are conducting this, it is live. Other Ugandans are watching us. So as West Nile, I pray that we remain committed and be organized so that whatever things that are going on online right now, people are able to borrow and live. Because last year, because of our inclusivity of including the persons with disabilities, the other regions did not take note of that, and we our parliament was kind of a unique one that impressed donors, that I would love to see it today, and it's my prayer that you even do it much more better. Thank you for listening, for God and my country.
Time is against us, and we shall be going for the speaker elections. Before the elections, I want to invite Madam Edna to come and take us through legislation.
Are not different from the ones that are. What you have before you is not an agenda. It's an order paper. An order paper is sort of like an agenda of parliament, but it is run by whoever will be elected to be the speaker. The role of the speaker is to chair the session. The speaker is accompanied by clerks. If you check on your paper, so a mover comes and says, my name is so. And they second the motion. There are only 2 seconders normally, and so those seconders are supposed to be already behind the mover. So the mover is supposed to convince you outside this parliament, have convinced you outside this parliament to second their motion. So you come here when you know that you're seconding a motion. Then after the motion has been seconded, then the motion can be, like, supposed to defend the motion. The mover is supposed to again defend why why have you come to talk about climate? For us now, we're okay with our climate. What do you mean? So this seconder is supposed to give some sort of justification of their motion. It normally takes between 2 to 3 minutes. We are managing time today, especially because we are started late. So 2 to 3 minutes. And after they have justified, they take their seat, and then the speaker will again now put up the motion for debate. Yeah? Now, when they open the floor of the parliament for debate, you start to raise your hands, point of, what are they called points? Yeah. Yeah? So there is an information. So information, point of order is never denied, because we believe that sometimes the point of order is, speaker, there's an insect going to eat you. What if she ignores it, if he or she ignores it, then the insect will bite her. So, or there's someone going to shoot you. But don't overdo point of order, it wastes time also. So don't use point of order to waste time. We are here to move things, matters of national importance, but you can't do that when we are wasting time. So point of information is normally either to add information to what the mover has said or to de-justify what they have said. For example, if the person says, but here in Pakwachi, it's really cold. You stand up and be like, but why are you lying? This is the temperature, it is like this and this. But you don't say those statements on the floor. Of course, if you say, why are you lying? A point of order will come at you and say, maybe you're attacking the person. And the mover will actually say, can I be defended by the speaker? Because it's like an attack. So you have to mind your language on that note. Mind your language. Don't use abusive or insultive language, because there you're attacking the member on the floor. We have to be as cordial as possible. So after the debate normally takes a maximum of 10 minutes, where people are debating, and then the chair, who's the speaker, will put up one of you guys will say we need to, I suggest we need to adopt and it's called voting on the motion. You can suggest to vote on the motion, and when we vote on the motion, and when whatever you're suggesting is approved by the speaker, then we have to vote on this resolution.
By a number of those who are in favor say aye.
Yeah.
Say yes, and then those who are not in favor, you say
She's
no.
the outgoing speaker, eh? So
So when the voice of the ayes take it, the resolution gets win by the ayes, and we move forward.
Yes, yes. So also when you suggest to vote on the motion, you should be seconded. So before you even suggest to vote on the motion, you should have 2 people in the house that are supporting you. So someone will say, I second, and then the chair will open the floor for the motion to be voted on. So when the motion is voted on, he says the ayes, those who agree with the motion to pass say aye, those who don't agree say nay. Then you guys will all say it at once, aye, nay, what. Then the loudest voice up takes it. That's how they vote. But don't shout too much, because you want your motion to pass. But I believe the speaker will have the capacity to. So the speaker has a right to chase you from this place. Whether you feel it's justified or not, the speaker has a right to chase you from place to place. We normally see videos of the speaker, our Right Honorable Anita Among, telling people to shut up, and we feel like, we're offended, but it's her house. She can run it the way she wants. And she has a right to say anything. The only one who has a right to say anything is the speaker. The rest of you, if you say anything and the speaker feels offended, she'll chase you out. They have a right. Then, what else? The clerks, one of the clerks is an MC, I've already mentioned, the other is a note taker. So after all these resolutions have been debated on and passed, and others not passed, there is one of the clerks will stand up and read for you what is called a resolution document. It details what you have debated and what you have passed and what you have not passed. And then the speaker, after that, will close the session. But we cannot start the session without national anthems, what. Yeah. Now, we are going to vote. Is there anyone that needs to be pardoned on what I've said? Of course, I can't repeat everything. You just have to have a particular question. Have we all understood? I believe you're all very sharp people because we said pick the sharpest of the sharpest. So now we're going to have voting. I'm going to run this session with Yasin. I believe, Yasin, you are none. Is it parties? I'm now here, they're not parties. What are they called? You're neutral, like me. Okay. That's my belief. So I don't know. We're going to start. And first, we're going to have nominations. So the elections are going to start with nominations, and you have to be nominated by somebody. And after being nominated, you have to be seconded by 2 people. We're in this house. Again, there will be no movement, no form of movement, unless you have been permitted. If you move out, we'll assume you don't want to vote, and we shall close the door and vote our people. And you'll be led by the people you have not voted. Even during the session, you're not allowed to move unless the speaker or the sergeant at arms has given you permission. The only people allowed to move are the technical team and the service team of the hotel. Okay, now the floor is open for nominations. I need someone to help me write. Can you get me someone who can write for me the candidates? Are you the one helping me to write the candidates and the votes? And yeah, I'll also need some blank paper that is split in pieces, ballot papers.
Sticky note, don't have sticky note there?
She's going to arrange something. But for now, we can be nominating.
Can you have nominations, please?
If you don't nominate, we can chair. We can chair the session.
Hands up, please.
Oh, okay. But you have to come here and nominate because there's a video going on.
As you nominate, you tell us who you are, where you come from, and then give in your nominations.
Good morning, honorable members. I'm called I'm coming from Mara district. I stand on the floor here nominating 𝗪𝗿𝗪𝗏 as our speaker for the house. Thank you.
Seconders for Aldo. But who's Aldo? Okay. Can we have seconders? 2 seconders to second Aldo. Can be a lady or a gentleman, whatever, even ladies.
My name is 𝗪𝗿𝗶𝗶𝗵.
Speak louder.
My name is 𝗪𝗿𝗶𝗵 from Yumbe. I've seconded Aldo Adomati. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm 𝗪𝗿𝗪𝗏 Brenda. I'm nominating 𝗥𝗲𝗃.
You're
You are nominating?
𝗥𝗲𝗃.
No, we are still seconding.
We are seconding.
We are still seconding. So nominations are not yet open.
You can.
We are still seconding Aldo.
Good morning, everyone. My name is 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗏 from Mara district. I stand to second Aldo. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So Aldo has been fully nominated. I think they've taken note of that. That's our first candidate. Now we should have a second nomination. Can now come and nominate your candidate. Well, this microphone does not serve this room. Its purpose is to serve the people who are streaming, watching online. So you need to speak loudly for the people in this room to hear. Yeah.
Morning once again. I'm Brenda 𝗪𝗿𝗪𝗏, nominating 𝗥𝗲𝗪𝗏 as our speaker.
Catch Mike.
𝗪𝗲𝗀𝗁𝗁 Mike, Honorable, okay. Honorable 𝗪𝗲𝗀𝗁 Mike has been nominated. Can we have some 2 seconders? You can come at once, another seconder can come.
Morning, everyone. My name is Swalha Bashir. I'm seconding for 𝗪𝗲𝗁𝗁 Mike.
Morning, everyone. I'm Pimero Esther from Pakwachi district. I'm here to second Mike.
Okay, Mike has been fully nominated. Do we have any other nomination? I can only close nominations if someone stands up with a suggestion to close nomination. Do we have any other nominations? Any other nominations? No nominations? Okay, can someone stand up and
We heard you here. Let's have a different voice.
I observe the protocol. My name is 𝗪𝗿𝗀𝗁𝗁. I duly stand to close the nomination. I beg to move.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. Sheila Princess Obia is my name. I think mine is a point of information, or I don't know, but I thought it's proper that the candidates confirm their acceptance before we move forward. Thank you so much.
Yes, Sheila is right. We might be nominating people who don't want to be our speakers, but I doubt. But yes, the candidates who have been nominated, please come and accept or decline or...
Aldo, I will in team. Now, why are you saying I'm doubting? I check.
Hey, Mike, oi! Hey, youths, oi! Aye, there's no doubt. I do come here in the interest to serve my youth of West Nile as the speaker of the day. Thank you so much.
But guys, you were supposed to say, I accept the nomination. You're going to have about some minutes to...
Actually, they have campaigned already.
I know.
There's no need for us to call you here for campaigning.
Should we? It's as if you were campaigning. Eh? Anyway, we shall take dealing with politicians. We shall take that as accepting the nomination. He passed. We need to move again the motion for closing the nomination, and then 2 seconders, and then we close the nomination.
I, Honorable 𝗥𝗲𝗁𝗁 Ivan, a male councillor representing the youth for Pakwachi district, do move a motion for the closure of the nomination of the 2 candidates for tonight's parliament. That is, if I may be seconded.
I, 𝗪𝗿𝗶𝗵𝗵 Ismail, honorable member from Arua City. I stand here just to second the closure of the meeting.
Thank you so much. I'm Sabir Omar, the district male youth councillor, Koboko district. I stand here to second the motion after thorough campaign of the 2 candidates. Thank you so much.
It's not easy dealing with politicians. Okay, we have closed the nominations. Now we are going to... Now, we are going to give each of the candidates 2 minutes. I'm going to be timing. I know politicians. Let me turn on my timer to campaign, to convince us that they want to be nominated. Starting with Honorable 𝗪𝗶𝗀𝗁𝗁. Because of time, we will not be able to do that. We shall have what? We shall have the Honorable's campaign. Because of time, we're going to spend so much time in this election and less in debate. Honorable 𝗪𝗁𝗁𝗁, please.
Our chief guest, that is the resident district commissioner, assistant resident district city commissioner of Arua, in charge Central Division, the development partners, and in particular Faraja, for organizing this. In a special way, allow me to also take this privilege to recognize the West Nile Youth Empowerment Center for having once again selected me to take part in this parliament for West Nile region. And you, the members of the August House, I thank you all for coming. I thank you all for your commitment and involvement to participate in this parliament. My name is Michael 𝗪𝗂𝗁𝗁, and commonly known as Mike. I am a member of 𝗪𝗲 District Youth Council, and there I serve a town council called 𝗪𝗲𝗃𝗃 Town Council. I am a member of 𝗪𝗲 District Youth Advocacy Network, and also currently serving an Italian-based international organization called 𝗪𝗍𝗄𝗃 di Angal. 𝗪𝗍𝗄𝗃 means friends, di means of. Angal is some area within 𝗪𝗲 District, and that is where I served as the country program manager, where we do more of youth involvement in environment-related things. I am also the Chief Executive Officer for a CSO called Green Dreamer Development Agency. There we serve in the interest of the community, and we speak for the voiceless. I want to put this to your attention that I got interested and accepted the nomination to be the Speaker of the Day over these few competencies. For the interest of time, I would create a parliament where all views are shared equally. That is my first aspect of accepting this nomination. 2, I came in peace to accept this nomination because I feel when you give me this chance, we shall have the room to lobby for other support from other different organizations. And to start with, I would be entitled to lobby enough support so that next time when we come on board here, it won't only be the Youth Empowerment Center or Faraja to participate actively in this. I just pledge my commitment with my bosses, and I know they can hear my voice. So meaning, next time I will make sure with the support that we shall lobby from each and every corner, we shall increase the number of young people to participate in this kind of event. Nevertheless, I also pledge my commitment when you give me this opportunity that I will always have influence, especially to our key stakeholders. We have our leaders who are representing us in Parliament, where I have connections and linkages. We shall also lobby for other good things to come, and our voices shall be heard at any specific moment that we shall need. I thank you so much. I believe we have not come here to fight. We've come to speak for the majority out there. I believe the chance given to me shall be appropriately used to feature in the National Parliament of the Republic of Uganda by presenting our voice to the major parliament of the Republic of Uganda. I thank you so much, and thank you in advance for your support. I know we shall make it. May God bless you all.
Do politicians ever keep time? Thank you so much, Honorable 𝗪𝗿𝗀𝗶𝗺𝗺. Yeah. We shall now have Honorable Aldo. Yeah.
Aldo, I win it, boy. Parliament is not a joking house. This is the August house where we need a lot of deliberations. I come into this parliament not as a lobbyist, but to make sure that we tap the links where the youth can be empowered. I am privileged and humbled to say that I am the right candidate. So when the right time comes, I want you to just get your ballots and think 𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪 Aldo. I want to stand here as a living testimony. I do not come here to make promises, but to have a working manifesto as the speaker to this parliament, if given the mandate by you. I come into this parliament just 3 days after getting an appointment into the EU Youth Panelist, where I will be responsibly making key decisions on one of the biggest youth fundings that EU is bringing to the whole of the world. And that is where I also encourage all of you to apply under the EU Youth Fund, Mobilization Fund. That now, as you have a Ugandan who can be able to make decisions at that level, and that these decisions can be made here. I also come into this parliament having been in successful parliaments, the community youth parliaments, as a speaker. So with these elaborate experiences, I don't see any need for me even to campaign anymore. I also come into this parliament. This is where we're going to make a lot of decisions. And these decisions will affect us. Many times, decisions affect us 5 years or more based on our electoral policies in Uganda. And now that we are over 52 million Ugandans, 77% of them are youths, we want to make sure this parliament should have a voice. It should have a component in the major parliament of Uganda that when the youth speak, all the resolutions we will make here should not be policies, but they should be acts, and there must be regulations put to it. I want to say that this is not a joking subject. It is a matter where if we mean to fight, we'll fight here. Because there's nothing for us without us. And I must be able to say to you that as a youth leader in this West Nile, I've also been successfully working with all of these youths which we see here in Arua. And I would wish to see, with the lobbying capacity, I just recently, I think I've also been from Denmark. We're having another involvement whereby working with the Danish Youth Council to also see that we're building more relationships, to have more ideas in which we must have youth voices heard. The idea for now is to see that we need a speaker who must be able to articulate issues and make sure that this house becomes a very sensible and responsible house. I would be very happy that if one day President Museveni comes to the regional youth parliament to listen to what the youths are saying, because this is where the representational democracy we're talking of in Uganda is. We have 513 MPs in Uganda, but out of this, there are only 5 youth MPs. I have a big aspiration that I'll also share with you later, but for now, I kindly request for your votes for that. Without wasting time, just say, Aldo, hey! Aldo, hey! Are we in Tivo, hey! Now we have decided. Thank you very much.
Some people don't need campaign managers. Ballot papers. Yasin is going to help. Yasin and the team are going to help me distribute the ballots. It's a secret ballot situation. I don't know. I need to be advised, Speaker. Should we have the candidates in the room as the voting continues, or we automatically know they are voting themselves?
Because they form the part of the electoral process, I think it would be paramount for them to be part of this and observe, because we want to keep time. We will not have a process where we need people to stand in for them as agents, especially when we are counting. So they ought to be part of this and stand as their own agents when we are counting the ballots. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Right Honorable. She's our speaker until the new one has been elected. Thank you so much. We shall now have Dratei distributing the ballot papers.
But before the distribution, for purposes of transparency, we have 34 participants that were invited under Faraja, and then we have 5 participants that were invited under Vijana Corps. Are we all here? Okay? So altogether we have 39 participants. Okay? 39 participants only, excluding me and Faraja team, and then a guest speaker. Okay? This one is for our candidates, for you to note, okay? So that at the end of it all, you must know that that's the number we have. So
we can have a verbal count, because I'm saying 37, 38.
37?
Yeah, this is number 1, 2, until the end there, 2, 1, 2.
Be audible.
6,
28 is the one in a blue, with a blue, white and blue. You're 28. You're 26, you're 27. 28.
This is 31.
32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38.
Yeah.
39.
Oh, 39, okay. Please, we're not letting anyone in. If there's someone out and they're supposed to vote, this is not the time they should enter. First,
And because
help
the
me
house
close
is
the
still
door.
under my control, please, when you want to make a phone call, make it outside, because other people are watching us. It will not look good when you're communicating on phone and yet the parliament is going on. Before I hand over to the next speaker, please, let's respect this house, because it is a house of making decisions for, not only for this region, but for the entire country. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Hannah? You need him in the frame, but he'll be tired. The other guy can help, but he's not being paid for it. He's not paid for it.
If he can volunteer or that.
You're not standing the whole time.
It's okay. In charge, it's my turn.
Okay. Okay. 39. You're not voting?
No.
Okay. All right. So Hannah is going to help us pick the ballot papers from each of you. Hannah, you should have, that's Hannah. Hannah, you should have 39 pieces of paper in your hand after. We are going to give you a minute, surely 1 minute, because I feel like you've already made your decision. To think about changing your decision. Do you want to vote?
The spelling? Yes, you have your right. If you have spelling challenges, let us know, please.
I will need 2 agents from either camp. 1 agent from each camp. Come and stand with me here. You're for?
Aldo.
And you? Okay.
I forgot my vote.
It's okay.
I can
You
pick
can
it?
give it to Hannah. The minute is done. I don't know if you can hear my alarm. I feel like it's very loud, but it was for 1 minute. You have 39? Okay. So, what's your name? You can introduce yourself.
I'm called 𝗪𝗿𝗶𝗶𝗶 Lesson from our district.
But do you think they remember your surname?
I stand in here for 𝗪𝗿𝗶𝗶𝗵.
That's like him, I stand in for Mike Kumakesh.
I thought you were changing camps when you said just like you. Okay, Hannah, can I please have these ballots? I will read them out loud so that you don't say I've changed, yeah?
All right.
Aldo. Aldo. 𝗪𝗏𝗀𝗁. Right. You guys, I need a name from this side. Maybe Mike? That's easier. Aldo.
It's Aldo.
Mike. Aldo. Mike. If it's a tie, I'll give the opportunity to our outgoing speaker to vote. Mike. Aldo. Aldo.
Okay.
Aldo.
A winning team.
Aldo.
A winning team.
Michael. Who's Michael?
That's Michael Aldo.
If it's a wrong name, it becomes invalid.
Yes.
Okay. Mike. Mike. Michael. 𝗪𝗏𝗀𝗁. Mike. Aldo. If I was a candidate, I would get out because the pressure. 𝗪𝗏𝗀𝗁. Mike. You guys are making fun of me. Mike. Aldo. Hey, this one changed their mind like 20 times. Michael. It's valid. It's valid. It's crossed out. It's valid. He crossed out. He changed his mind. Aldo. 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 Hold on. 𝗪𝗏𝗀𝗁. Michael. Mike. This is a very fair election, eh? Aldo. Aldo. Mike.
The rest are mine.
Aldo.
The rest are mine. The rest are mine.
Mike. So we're going to count together.
One, yes.
Am I supposed to announce? Okay. Honorable 𝗪𝗿𝗶𝗶𝗵 is the Right Honorable Speaker for the 5th West Nile Youth Parliament. And you've given, and the Honorable Mike, you've given Honorable Aldo a run for his money. 19 is not a joking subject. So normally what we do, the person who becomes second, we recognize that they actually want to be a leader. So we make you a clerk, and then the speaker, and then the hosting organization nominates other clerk and a sergeant. Okay, I think my work is done. I just need the speaker and the 2 clerks and the sergeant to step out for a bit, for like a minute or so. We prepare, they get in, and the house starts. They have to swear, but they'll swear when they come. Yeah.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Edna. Thank you very much. So, the last one, I need a sergeant at arm. A sergeant at arm. Do we all know sergeant at arm? Huh? A sergeant at arm. Sure, okay. And then the members that are to move motions. The first motion was moved by my colleague. Are you ready now? Second motion? So please. Second motion, the first one? Yes, please also follow out a bit. 3 of you. Just maybe also. So as we prepare and we come back, please, colleagues, as this is a very important platform for us, I want to encourage all of us, let us show our abilities of presenting the issues, okay? Once the motion movers move these motions, let us talk. This is West Nile. We all come from West Nile. It is high time for us to talk. Let's not make this parliament a boring parliament. Let it be an active parliament. Let us discuss the issues thoroughly, because these issues that we have selected are issues that affect us young people of West Nile. Therefore, I encourage all of us to present these issues according to the context of the issues from your district. So please, I encourage all of us to talk. Are we clear? Thank you very much. Just give us some few minutes as we prepare and we come back. Thank you.
Faraja Africa Foundation and her partners organized the East African Youth Parliament in 2018 following the establishment of the East African Community, which comprises of 7 member states, that is, Burundi, Rwanda, Kenya, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, and the recently added Democratic Republic of Congo.
Well, my name is 𝗪𝗿𝗀𝗶. I'm first speaker of East African Youth Legislative Assembly. When you talk about the East African Youth Parliament, and since I was the first speaker, I traveled all the 6 countries by bus. I met a lot of young people. I got a big connection with them. So that's really inspired me that what am I going to do after finishing being a speaker? So being a partner was the first thing I was looking to partner with Faraja and continuing supporting young people. And actually, we did it. We started advocating for the post-parliament agendas.
The East African Youth Parliament, also known as the Vijana Assembly, is a platform that provides young people with a dedicated space to participate in regional governance, advocate for youth issues, and contribute to the development and integration of the East African community.
What sparks your participation in the East African Youth Parliament?
Okay, I'm passionate about East Africa. I'm a Pan-Africanist, and I love having that nationalism, especially East African, like how they say Africa is our business. To me, East Africa is my business.
An important thing to note about this year is that for the first time we have DRC on board, and Chris is not only the representative from DRC, but also the clerk for the 5th East African Youth Parliament.
I've learned so much from them, and one thing is for sure, the future of East Africa, as one of the honorable said, is in safe hands. Learning about integration and how we as youth could benefit, on some of the things going on in the YALA as an institution, but also how do we get more, Congolese youth mostly to join this movement and help advance the region of East Africa community as a whole.
The sexual reproductive health bill is pertinent to major issues concerning sexual education, issues concerning reproductive health, issues concerning the rights of people generally, inherently rights such as abortion, rights on segregative mothers, and all those, without forgetting menstrual health and hygiene.
When we look at East Africa in general, we are really blessed with abundant resources, especially agricultural resources. But the agricultural resources are not utilized economically and sustainably in East Africa. And that's why I raised that motion to urge the young people to really engage in the agricultural business. So we need to understand, especially the young people, they need to know that agriculture is the backbone of Africa in general.
We started advocating for African Charter on Democracy, Election and Governance, but also we were also advocating for South Sudanese to enter to Tanzania without paying visa. In that time, it was just like recently they were entering to the community, and still the young people from South Sudan, when they came to Tanzania, were entering by paying visa. So also we advocated for it, and that was the best practices.
In a nutshell, the EAYP aims to have young men's and women's voices in the critical decision-making processes from national to regional legislative processes, inspiring a coordinated regional governance framework while being the key enablers of change. The East African Youth Parliament, also known as the Vijana Assembly, is a platform that provides young people with a dedicated space to participate in regional governance, advocate for youth issues, and contribute to the development and integration of the East African community.
this is majorly a learning place. The more we present ideas here, we are grooming a leader.
This East African Youth Parliament occurs every year in November. It brings members, youth from member states, the 7 member states of East Africa, that is South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, DRC, Rwanda, and Burundi.
I see myself as at the place that I feel I can speak for my people. Like our country is among of the country that is in the integration of East African community. So as I'm here, I see myself as a representative for others who didn't make it here.
The East African Youth Parliament being diverse, being a body that, or a platform that gathers different youth from different countries, 7 of them from the 7 member countries. Then when we talk about inclusivity on my own side, I just
Uganda. United free for liberty, together we always stand. Mungu tamba wajibike, jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, ndugu zetu tuishi kwa amani, tusizete na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwashibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, jumuiya yetu. May I kindly request someone to pray for us? The council of prayers, may I request someone to pray? The standard council prayer recited at the commencement of the sitting of council. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the office of leaders and councils for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those who interest you have committed to their charge. Amen. We can take up our seats. Honorable members, the speaker sits first, then we follow.
Honorable members, the speaker cannot take a seat when he has not been sworn in. The law does not permit, so the speaker has to duly swear in and we do a handover.
I, 𝗪𝗿𝗶𝗵𝗵, swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will at all times well and truly serve the Republic of Uganda in the office of Speaker of the West Nile Sub-Regional Youth Parliament, and that I will support and uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as by law established. So help me God.
The members of the August House, allow me, as per the order paper, to invite our Speaker to give his remark.
I now request the honorable members to this House to get seated as I give my official opening remarks to this August House. In the first place, I would want to thank all of you for having entrusted me to this office. And I also want to take this privilege to say that this West Nile Regional Youth Parliament that is happening on the 8th of July 2024, for the interest of the youths in this region, is being streamed live. I also want to recognize the presence of those who are streaming us and are accessing this discussion on the 𝗪𝗏𝗪𝗏 TV, be it on the various channels under which you're getting us. I would also want to humbly say that this is a very big house that has gathered us here as West Nile, a region that has long-term history and has given a lot of contribution to this great Uganda that we are in now. I would also want to make a special appeal that this house shall uphold gender and inclusiveness in seeing that women voices are the key priorities in entrusting, based on the fact that we know we all come from mothers. If we know the creation stories from the Bible and the Quran, and for those of us who even do not believe. I would also wish to say that this house will have an inclusive approach to those who will not be able to get us because of one or two impairments in abilities that we do not call disability, but inabilities to them. That is why we have sign language interpreters, and for those who are also viewing us online, are able to get the subtitles of what is going on in here. I would want to share my appreciations to all the honorable members who are in this house, the August House per se, that we are turning this into one of the biggest decision-making bodies for this region, looking at the youth population. And this house is sitting at a time when 2024 is a year where we are knowing that as the youths in this Uganda, we still continue to be the majority of the population of the great Uganda that has lived for over 60 years, looking at our independence from 1962. I also want to implore the members here that there will be a lot of respect in this house, the Sergeant at Arms and with my clerks and the teams, that will be making sure the debate in this house is fair. We will be allowed to say anything here, except otherwise if we move out of the chambers of this house, which will be guided by the sergeants at arm. I also want to say that the August House in which we are now will be for the next 1 year. So your officers in here will be to see that we have at least the decisions that we're making here reach the national caucuses of this country, that is Uganda, where our affirmative action under Article 21 mandates youth as one of the key, or maybe one of the affirmative action being moved on, looking at us as the majority of this very nation of Uganda. And we also uphold the status of Uganda being part of the East African community, that we continue to make sure that we have this. The honorable members present here, I'll request that when we are addressing ourselves, we give respect to us, I will not entertain moments where you call me with my name now after being duly elected as the speaker to this August House sitting here on the 8th July of 2024. And in the respect to my honorable members seated in here, I will also request you to accord the same order to the honorables who are coming all the way, miles and kilometers away from where we are seated in here, to see that they come and voice issues that are pertinent to the youths in this very region of West Nile. Having seen through the order paper that has been circulated on your iPods and of course the official parliamentary WhatsApp group, I hope you have been able to get the soft copies of this order paper. I would therefore request my people with whom I'm working here, the Honorable Clerk and the sergeants also in here to go over this order paper to make sure that what this house is convened in here for is based on the order paper that has been presented into us. And I will be able to get the guidelines on the rules of procedure on how this will be going on. Allow me go through the order paper that has been presented to all of us. For those of us who have the soft copy, this parliament has the interest over digital innovation, and we made sure that the copies have been availed. And also to those who are following us online, you will be able to make sure that at least those on Zoom, the chat lines will be available for you. We'll also consider you, the online viewers, those who are viewing us on Faraja TV, and those who are also following us on the various platforms, to see that your voices are incorporated in this August House that is seated here today in Pakwachi. On our order paper, this order paper as the order paper for the 5th sitting of the West Nile Regional Youth Parliament that is sitting here on 8th of July 2024 and commencing from that is Pakwachi, based on our history from the first parliament that sat in 2019. The first order item on the order paper is the anthems that were being humbly presented in here. We had the national anthem, the East African anthems, and the prayers. The official August chamber, the official parliamentary prayers being said in here. We had opening remarks and, of course, remarks on behalf of the convener of the youth parliament that did specifically give the specifications on which this parliament is sitting and the aims and objectives under which we are gathered in here. We also had the remarks from the chief guest, who happens to be one of the products of this house, alluding to how important this August House has continued to be for the last 5 years and the consistency in which it has continued to uphold key issues in administration of Uganda in terms of the local governance and the various administration posts. We also had a very enormous election in which your beloved Honorable Speaker emerged victorious. You can clap for the Honorable Speaker for that case or by tap of your hand. I also want to say that the House right now is the communication from the Speaker. And of course, this officially effects that this House into order. And we will be later on moving on the key ideas or the key components of this order paper, that is the motions that will be moved in here. And I want to confirm to this August House that we will have motions moved from motion 1, that is the motion calling on, of course, skilling for young people for environment, sustainability, and climate action in the West Nile region. And this motion will be, it is first on our order paper. We have the seconders to that will also be coming into effect. And for the interest of this house, our Honorable, that is Sabir Musa, who is hailing from Arua City, Madiokolo, will be the one to move this very motion here. Second on the order paper that has been availed to this house is a motion urging government to address the high level of crime rate and drug abuse among youths in rural urban areas, and this has been a very pertinent issue that has featured on this order paper. And we had 7.3 is the motion urging government to tackle the root cause of low youth meaningful participation in decision-making processes like budgeting processes, local and national issues, elections, and so on. And for your information, this house is sitting at a time when we are nearing the key decision points of our country in terms of the elections. We also have, this motion will be moved by, that is Honorable Brenda Doris. We have the seconders also will be coming in there swiftly. review of the resolutions from the parliament session, and this will also be done. So we believe that every motion that will be moved in here will also have a resolution on which your ideas will be put, and my two personnel that this parliament has entrusted to work with me throughout these sessions will be of very much use to make sure that the discussions we have here reach the rightful addresses or the rightful procedures in which this parliament has guided on how we implement or we adopt issues or resolutions. Later, we will have the 9th on, that is the order paper, is the adjournment over this, this parliament. That will be done later on. Having gone through this order paper, allow me request if we, in a procedural way, if we can adopt this order paper or have an amendments to it to see to it that it befits our discussion for this regional youth parliament that is reflecting the national interest of the West Nile youths who are gathered in here, being represented by you, the honorable members.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, honorable members. I am 𝗪𝗲𝗪𝗶 from our district. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to move a motion to amend the order paper that the motion 7.3, which says that urging the government to tackle the root cause of low youth meaningful participation in decision-making processes like budgeting processes, local and national issues, elections, etc., to be taken and to be discussed first. Because if you see, this is the major reason as if why we're here. If our decisions are not taken and to be tackled, how can we talk about the climate issues if our decisions as young people are not taken? So I suggest we discuss this motion first, then the other one comes next or the last. Thank you.
Honorable members, it is procedure enough to see if this amendment is seconded by at least two of you. Can we have Honorable Ibrahim from Koboko, who is coming in here to make a secondment to this adjournment on the order paper? We're specifically looking at 7.3.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my honorable member for bringing this motion. When you look at the order paper, it is true that you realize that item 7.3 is a crucial matter for us to discuss here before. Actually, if we are to discuss other topics first, when you reach the third item, I think it is very meaningless. So I therefore I stand here to second the motion that was moved for item 7.3 to be debated first. Thank you so much.
Honorable members, it is procedure enough to have two secondments to this, and I'm seeing Honorable Kibe, who is from Arua, who is also coming in here.
Good evening once again. I just stand here to second the motion of my dear Honorable in regard of amending the order paper. Dearly, I support his motion because if you don't know the causes of a sickness, you cannot provide the medicine. I'm a doctor. Once you want to diagnose a patient, first of all, you need to check, you need to ask to know that the root causes or how he started to feel ill so that you can administer the right treatment. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I think Kibe has pronounced himself as a doctor to this August House. We will also have to uphold that, looking at the level of delegation this House is coming into. I want to say, having had these two secondments to this motion, can we have this motion closed and see if it's procedural enough for us to make a decision in this? I, as the speaker to this August House, could make a decision, but I think it is paramount if we declare this to a voting to see if this can be affected, that we move, that is 7.3 as the first item on the order paper. Can we subject this, and then later on we'll also move if the other amendments, or we adopt this order paper? Having heard from these two secondments and affecting this amendment to the order paper, it is procedure for us to make a decision on it. I want to declare to this house that together with the sergeants at arm, we are going to see from the hear of your voices, if those who support this motion to say aye, and those who are not in support of this to say nay. I hope that will be something that is clear for us to debate. Honorable Ochakchian, maybe could you, if it's a procedure issue, could you kindly walk forward to put this forward to the August House?
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, the members of the August House. Mr. Speaker, I would concur with the previous speaker for amending the motion. However, procedurally enough, we are supposed to adopt order paper with amendments. So what he has done, he has amended the order paper, which we have not yet adopted. So we will adopt with amendment, and then we bring in the amendments later. Mr. Speaker, sir, according to the previous little discussion, after having seen the level of preparations, we had reached a consensus that we would amend motion 7.2 to be the first motion be moved, and then the other order will follow as the parliament proceeds well according to the level of the preparation.
Honorable Ivan, what you're moving is also another motion to amend this order paper further. Would you wish to submit another amendment to this? Because the first has been an amendment seconded by at least 2 secondments. So you are also moving an amendment on that is issue 7.2. Maybe could you put it clear to this August House why you would also wish this to be amended, and how best could this amendment be implemented by this August House?
Mr. Speaker, sir, as I earlier on mentioned it, that at the background of the level of the preparations of the motion movers, I don't intend to go deep into the pertinent issues and whatsoever. The issues could be of crucial and could touch the young people as well, but then when it is not yet well tabled as in form of preparation, it will equally cause no impact. I beg to submit that second motion become the first motion as the motion mover for the 7.3 prepares more and table the motion as well for us to exhaust it very well. Thank you.
Honorable members, this House has been subjected to 2 amendments to this order paper before any discussion goes further. Looking at, let's go over this for those who have this order paper. 7.2 is a motion that is urging government to address the high level of crime rate. Order, please. Honorable, could you kindly sit down, take your seat? I will not allow you to leave this House unless you're permitted by the sergeants at arm. 7.2 is a motion urging government to address the high level of crime rate and drug abuse among youth in rural and urban areas. And 7.3 is motion urging government to tackle the root cause of low youth meaningful participation in decision-making processes like budgeting processes, local and national issues, election, etc. Having seen these 2 conflicting ideas to subject them, all of these motion movers are trying to ask that these must be put as the first motions to be moved in here. I think in a procedural manner, it should be wise enough for us to subject these 2 ideas and see if we come up with a common understanding, so that it is this whole August House that is deciding on this. If the clerk to the parliament can go on our procedural rules to see if we are not going off the rules that governs this parliament. Okay. There is Honorable Brenda has a point to raise on. Maybe you can walk to the floor of the August House and we also hear from you. Time is not our best ally, but we believe these are matters that matter to us and they have magnitude in how we are going to deliberate this August House.
Honorable Speaker, the August House, I think mine is to amend on what my colleague has talked of. You remember when we were outside, there was a correction made. 7.1, it's supposed to be now 7.2. So mover 7.2 is supposed to be a mover number 1 as 7.1. That was the correction. I think even you were there. Now, according to the adaptation order paper that is meaning, I already see here a challenge or a mistake in this order paper. First of it, supposed to be adaptation of order paper, where before a council starts or proceeds, you're supposed to have one person to come in front to move a motion to adapt the whole order paper of the discussion of
Honorable,
this August House.
Honorable Brenda, as you proceed, before we adopted this order paper, there was a motion to amend it. So we could not adopt something that is...
Amendment comes after to permit the mover continue.
And also, I protect the interest of this August House, and I just wanted to make sure that the outside discussion reflect the honorable members inside here. It will be procedural unfair, and it will be a great massacre if the office of the Speaker is abused and we make decisions outside. I wanted to subject this idea to the August House here to implement this idea themselves. I think it is procedural enough if we allow us to save time and make sure we move order 7.2 as the first, and then the conflicted issue that is on 7.3 comes second, and others continue. This is with the guidance of the Speaker, based on the intelligence and...
Thank you, Speaker.
And as the officer, thank you very much. Let's appreciate with the tampon that this matter has been moved on. Can we agree to this, that the order that we're moving on is that 7.2 becomes our first motion, and then 7.3 becomes our second motion, and the others will have to follow in there. And this calls for now for us to have a fresh readout. There is a honorable, there's honorable member who has put up their hand. I don't know if it's another issue to second this, or let's give him the floor of this August House.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think the second motion was moved without secondment. It was the 7.3 that was seconded. Right Honorable Speaker.
Okay. It would be procedure enough. We are doing this to make sure that what we are doing here does not take us to court. This parliament does not have a budget line to have court cases. We want to work with the court in a very familiar way. Can we have 2 secondments to what Honorable 𝗪𝗪𝘀 and Ivan had moved in here to see that 2 secondments, 7.2 moves to be altered on the order paper? Can we have 2 secondments very swiftly so that we move on? There is a honorable member who has shown an interest to move this secondment. If we can also have the second seconder to swiftly come up here. The second person to second this to swiftly come up here.
Thank you very much. I observe the protocol. In 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗏, I'm here to second the motion 7.2 be moved to first, because I feel that is what is affecting the youth most, as much as we want to participate in the budgeting. But if we participate in the budget but have a lot of youths who are running there confused with drugs or committing crime, we'll only be supporting people who are confused as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable member. The second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I still remain under 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗀𝗏. I think I've stand here to second the motion which is moved by my colleague, because if you see it here, the challenges of crime rate and drug abuse amongst young people is high, and then if 7.3 will be discussed after that, there's no problem that we accept that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗏, on that submission and a secondment. Can we have a motion to adopt this order paper based on the 2 corrections that have also gone to the office of the clerk, that we're effecting the secondments and the amendments for this order paper to have 7.2 as the first motion to be moved. And just to go over it again, this is a motion urging government to address the high level of crime and crime rate and drug abuse among youths in rural and urban areas. This will be our first item on order paper, followed by 7.3. And later on, we will come back to that is 7.1. In approval to this amendment, can we have someone to move a motion to adopt this order paper now?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I being a doctor, I am always work about time. So, my honorable speakers, you bear the witness. I'm here to move the motion that the changes or the amendments made here are okay and adapted for the House to continue. Thank you.
Can we have 2 secondments to effect this adoption of the order paper, please? I would encourage 2. We make this very swiftly. Honorable Sailor has an information to this House. I would request you to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Right Honorable Speaker, sir. I think we're wasting a lot of time that we would be debating about these pertinent issues. We are just back and forth on the very same issue which we believe would have been handled, and we would by now be deeper into these matters. I think it's only prudent enough for us to move forward. Thank you so much.
Having said that, are you in secondment to this, that we move forward as well? Literally does not mean literal to this House. It has to be official. So, members, I would wish to say that we move on with this August sitting. I would say that I would be going into the motions in here, and I call upon my clerk to this August House to take us through on this process as we get into the gist of the matter.
Thank you, honorable members of the August House. This takes us to the motions. As the order paper has been adopted, we therefore request Honorable 𝗪𝗿𝗀𝘀𝘁 as the motion mover, 7.2, as per the amendment, to start up with to move the motion.
The 5th West Nile Sub-Regional Youth Parliament. The Right Honorable Speaker, I here stand to move a motion urging the government to address the high level of crime rate and drug abuse among youth in rural and urban areas. Right Honorable Speaker, I, Honorable Chakachon Ivan, do move that the escalating high crime rate and drug abuse among youth in rural and urban areas is a pandemic era in the new Uganda. The government of Uganda need to address this urgently. The Right Honorable Speaker, here I beg to move if I may be seconded.
Thank you, Honorable Chakachon. I therefore take this privilege to invite the seconder to the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I still remain 𝗪𝗿𝗀𝗶𝗵𝗺 Lesson. I stand to second a motion moved in by my brother, Honorable 𝗪𝗿𝗀𝗀𝘀𝘁. Thank you.
Therefore, Honorable Chakachon, may you justify on the motion, please.
The Right Honorable Speaker and members of the August House, I rise today to support this crucial motion seeking government intervention to curb down the high rate of crime and drug abuse among the youth in both urban areas and rural areas. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to give a brief about the motion. Crime is an ethical behavior which is morally and illegally not accepted in any society or communities. Examples could be theft, adultery, robbery, defilement, assault, among others, name them. Right Honorable Speaker, these unethical acts have desired impacts on the communities such as HIV/AIDS, we have murder, child neglect, early pregnancy, loss of properties, name them. Mr. Speaker, sir, and members of the August House, allow me go further and define drug abuse. This is an act of taking substances which results into mental impairment and other health complications in the long or short run. These could be named as opium, we have marijuana, we have mairungi, too much or excess alcoholism, name them. Mr. Speaker, sir, these acts have a lot of impacts among the youth in our community. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's now the responsibility of the government through the following framework to ensure crime rate and drug abuse is controlled. Mr. Speaker, through the aligned points, the government could immediately come and address the issues. Through Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, through Ministry of Ethics and Integrity, from the President's Office, that could also be of importance. We have Uganda Police Force, that could also come in on board. We have community development offices in various districts and lower local government. We have local council that operates from the office of LC1 up to where it goes further. The Right Honorable Speaker, it's now my pleasure that these institutions could have all the mandate and legal instruments to ensure that crime perpetrators and drug addicts are handled vigilantly and ruthlessly to completely discourage others from doing such. Mr. Speaker, the legal frameworks that could guide the institutions above could be below. We could have the Penal Code Act. Mr. Speaker, we have the Local Government Act, CAP 243. We have the Public Health and Management Policy, name them, plus others. Mr. Speaker, the above preceding submission exposes the meaning of the motion to the August House to now debate responsibly and the legal framework available for enforcement. Mr. Speaker, it's now my considered opinions to bring forth the following suggestions to be incorporated in order to address high crime rate and drug abuse amidst our youth in urban and rural areas. Mr. Speaker, stakeholders' engagement at parish and village levels at all and sub-county levels could help in addressing such issues. Community policing, punishments, especially for lighter crimes by the community members in such engagements. Mr. Speaker, convicts in prison to sensitize and encourage to engage in government financing program such as we have Emioga, PDM, Toji, name them, those programs. There is need for the government to come in and show examples that failure to utilize such would cause imprisonment. Naming and shaming of parents who are engaged in criminal acts and drug abuse, mass radio sensitization against crimes and drug abuse. Mr. Speaker, the government could also as well strengthen education and awareness programs, implementing educational campaigns in schools and communities to inform the young people about the dangers of drug abuse and the consequences of criminal behavior. Mr. Speaker, enhancement of law enforcement and judicial measures, increasing the resources and training for law enforcement agencies to better address drug-related crimes and youth while ensuring fair and just treatment within the judicial system. Promotion of economic opportunities, such as creating job opportunities and vocational training programs for youth, especially in rural areas, to provide them with viable alternatives to crime and drug abuse. Support rehabilitation and reintegration programs, establishing and supporting rehabilitation centers and programs that help the young people recover from addiction and crime rates. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, addressing the high levels of crime and drug abuse among our youth is not just a matter of policy, but a moral imperative. By taking decisive action, we can ensure a brighter future for our young people and, by extension, for the entire nation of the Republic of Uganda. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, basing on the above submission, government should empower the said institution bodies with adequate budgetary allocations to ensure that enforcement of their duties are performed diligently. Mr. Speaker, sir, I now yield the stage and will respond to any compliments or clarification made by the members of the August House. That is, if I may move. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ochaka-chan Ivan, for that motion. It's a very perturbing motion that he has moved with the background that drug, that is an issue that is supposed to heal our body, has been abused by the youths in this region. And issues of crime are going very high. That is according to his report. And elaborate ideas on how they have framed that motion. I would request if we can have more clarities from the August House and put this subject, this motion, to further discussion to understand. I think this parliament is also coming at a time when we have member of parliaments coming from Greater Arua, where we have seen you have now resorted to roasting people who have committed crime. I would also wish to hear on that matter if why this could be happening in those areas. So the House is open to this discussion. I would be interested if we have female voices. One of the key things to do with the moral comes from family aspect. We have Honorable Kibe, who has an matter to this issue, but I also want us to cater for those who are viewing us online on Faraja TV and those who are joining us on the Zoom platforms, that we also encourage you to keep dropping your communications in there so that they reach to this August House. Yes, Honorable, you're most welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm really proud to my fellow Honorable. I come here to stand to add more light on the issue he has raised so that we engage the government to address it. About crime, I'm a Honorable Speaker from Arua, but mainly representing the street. We have a parliament in Arua. It is online, but soon it will be offline. It is called the street parliament, whereby we were able to get the issues of the young people. When people are fearing them, we hear them. That's why today I'm coming to present whatever I have scooped from them. So I believe...
Current Speaker, you have a procedural matter that is coming from the August House. Could you kindly allow procedure to take seat? That has been declared. I would also encourage that when we're speaking, we make sure for the online viewers to have us in there. And always let's mention our names as honorable members to this house. This motion is open for discussion. I would encourage, it's a pertinent issue that we may need to be fast as the August House, and it should be very okay if we have more discussions on it as the August House.
Thank you, Mr. Honorable, for putting everything official. By names, I'm 𝗡𝗶𝗹𝗶𝗺𝗪. I'm 𝗡𝗶𝗹𝗶𝗪. I'm representing Arua City. As earlier I told you, majorly I work with the street children, or the street controllers, we call them like that. So, as per the representation of my fellow youth, my fellow honorable, I could say this is the right ground for me today to address or to engage the government to come closer to the youths, so that the issues of the young people are solved in time. For example, recently, I think many have heard about what happened in Arua. To start with, I studied criminology. Criminology, it is basically happens on 3 grounds. When in your area, you have motivated offenders. We know what motivates offenders. You have youths smoking, banging, eating marungi, and they are suitable targets. What do I mean by suitable targets? Suitable targets, things which are kept unsafe. You leave your door open, that is a suitable target for a motivated offender. And thirdly, when it happens, we don't have the presence of guidance. There is no presence of guidance. Somebody who could say, you don't do it, don't smoke. My friend, your community will emerge totally in crime. Why do I say so? What recently happened in Arua, it was based on the facts I'm presenting to you today. At first, my young people started smoking bangi. They are smoking bangi in parties. There is a party organized for smoking bangi, and the community is watching. I have one, because I'm always closer to them. What they need from me, I give them. I do so, that's to collect information. And that's why today I'm presenting the information here.
Honorable Speaker, can you mention to this August House that party and the venue and where it happened, so that we come up with clear resolutions on that matter?
Thank you, Mr. Honorable Speaker. I'm from a training center, small training center called 𝗥𝗲𝗴𝗶. When you are going to, most people, the place most people know is that is the green light. When you are going towards Ondoparaka, there is a small but busy place called 𝗥𝗲𝗴𝗶. But the business is always at night. So there is a diro, a place where they are drinking this 𝗥𝗲𝗴𝗶. So after the 𝗥𝗲𝗴𝗶, the next business is smoking bangi. So people they were smoking bangi until I myself visited them. I advised them to stop what they are doing, because in time it will cause them problems.
Okay.
But you know what happened next?
Honorable, your time is up. We'll be given 2 minutes only, so that we have candid discussion and an inclusive one.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Honorable Speaker. So now let me be short, because you are not for discussions. We are raising points to engage the government. There was a war between gangsters. That resulted in the massacres. Gangsters were looking for gangsters. The community was in hiding.
Honorable Speaker, a massacre is more than 5,000. Could you ascertain the level of the massacre? This is an August House where we are dealing with facts and details.
To our local statistics, at our standards, about 27 people were killed. The way they were killed, it was merciless. That's why I mean that was a massacre.
Can you pronounce to this House that it is not a massacre? Because we have scientific proof to say that it is not a massacre. 27 is not a massacre.
Honorable Speaker, I agree with their point. So there were 27 people roasted alive because of that snatching phone. When you go to Rua, they are phone snatchers. So when you go there, you must be guided. From my point here, there are phone snatchers there, but some of them have gone 7 feet down. Others were roasted. So from this point, I'm glad to thank my fellow honorable to take this point to this article from second to first. That's why
okay.
I'm probably standing before
Honorable
you here.
Speaker, could you kindly take your seat? Thank you very much. That is a very pertinent issue. We have got statistics that 27 of them have been killed. And maybe we'll also later on wish to clarify and confirm this from our reports and see what this August House could be able to do. I would want us to have more discussions and more voices on this issue. I think you can take your seat, Sergeant Adam. You can kindly show him where to sit. There is, I would also wish ladies, the female voices, to be pertinent on this issue. Allow me, at the side of my eye, to pick Honorable, who is right walking over there, to also put a submission on this issue. Most welcome to the floor of this August House. We are looking at an issue where moral standard has been a very key thing that Honorable, the move of this motion, Ivan, had put clearly. Yes, you're most welcome.
Honorable Right Speaker, I am called 𝗪𝗲𝗀𝗏 Innocent from Yumbe. What I would like to put forward is that why drugs? We need to find out why our youth are using drugs. Is it because of depression? Is it the environment we are growing up in? Is it peer group? That's what I would like us to discuss about. Turn to drugs. That's what I can put forward. They don't use the drugs. That's why I can put.
Okay, thank you, thank you. You make sure you raise your hand very tall, and if that, I would encourage for us to be gender sensitive on this matter. Gentlemen, you could allow me. Let's first hear from the mothers. They are the ones who have been keeping you even on their breast from childhood. So it would be prudent. Let me have Honorable Sumaya to put this, and later we'll come to the the other Honorable, and then we also hear from the gentlemen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Sumaya Jafari from Arua City. As my colleague Honorable has said, I think some of these guys do such things because the big reason behind it is that these are kids, these are orphans, most of them. They are orphans whereby they lose their parents during warfares, and it inherits. Like I've been an orphan, then when I joined that later on, the other kid will also inherit it. Then the kid will also become what? An orphan. So that inheritance has been there, because once you ask one of these ghetto youths, why are you doing this? He will tell you, I have nothing to do, I'm an orphan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a key issue on the ghetto youths. Let's hear Honorable. I would wish to hear more female voices in here before I come and handle us, before we come and move to the gentlemen here. I want ladies to be very vocal, because the move of this motion, Honorable Ivan Ochakchan did say that one of the key issues on moral imperativeness. Yes, Honorable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. At the protocol observed, my name is 𝗪𝗲𝗪𝗏, and I am the events and networking lead for 𝗪𝗲𝗪, that is Young African Leaders Initiative, Alumni Chapter of Uganda representing West Nile. Yes, so I would like to add my voice on what my colleague has just said. So there is a problem of broken community structures. Sincerely speaking, for the last 4 years I've spent in West Nile, I see there is a gap whereby people are now not concerned. When you see your brother's child doing something, some of the parents are like, they kind of like defend their children instead of correcting them that what you're doing is actually wrong. But instead, they sideline or they confide with their children to show the other party who is trying to correct that actually you're not supposed to intervene in my matters. I think as we try to solve the aspect of the morals, we need to build back the community structures where the elders have to intervene, and we really solve these issues of crimes and also the drug addiction. In regards to drug addiction, it's not actually the parenting and all that, but I think it is the environment. Because you've seen your uncle taking marijuana, so you grow up thinking that is actually a good thing that you can pick up as a young person as you grow up. So for me, the environment where our children are growing up from, it is actually contributing to this issue of drug addiction. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I see a lot. This is a very pertinent. Can we allow all those who are raising up their hands to stand up? It's not procedure enough to be seated in here. Ladies, allow me, cheap gentlemen in here. There seems to be more of substance to the substance abuse. And I'm not saying that but they have concerns to this as well. Allow me have I'll make sure that at least 3 of them move here, 2 minutes each, to see that this issue is submitted. I also want to encourage participation from this angle. I'll request Honorable Fataki and Honorable Toko, and I'll also move down. There's one Honorable. All of you prepare in that order, 2 minutes each. This is a very serious issue that we want us to discuss intensively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, colleague, honorable members. Looking at the mover and the motion that has just been moved, only urging the government to look at, the positive part and a kind of streamlining it in a blame way was not really so, to me, important and solution-oriented. While the intention behind urging the government to look into the high crime rates and drug abuse among us, the youth, is very important and commendable, I think there has been, of course, overlooking of this motion, and there are critical factors that have been left out. Let us look at the measures my colleague member here mentioned. He was requesting that the government allocates resources in fighting crime, which has been already there in our budget. Yes, but it has had a very minimal impact. Now, these resources have been there, but they have been misallocated. For example, in the law enforcement, it has been allocated in a way that it is not a solution-oriented. It is more of a procurement of equipment to fight the young people on the crime than changing mindset. So what am I saying? Whereas there is a request to allocate funds to fight drug abuse, maybe crime, let us also look at other factors that comes with fighting it. First of all, these are young people we are dealing with here that needs counseling, that needs sensitization, that needs education. Whereas we have the education, yes, the quality of the education is poor. Who are these people, first of all, abusing drug amidst the youth? These are people who have gone to school. What is the impact of education really made on these young people? So we should be looking into that, and we see that the resources the government directs on drug abuses are really focused and evidence-based, that truly in this financial year, if we are passing this, it is going to work on what? Addressing matters of sensitization, addressing matters maybe of civic education, addressing matters of mindset change, maybe improving and providing more rehabilitation centers for the already existing what? Cases. But again, look at our communities today. Is my time up?
Your time is warning you. It is not up, but it is already up. Honorable, I think it should be enough if we give more of this. We'll also invite on other motions if we can add.
Let me just go through this. Let's look at education and employment. The root cause of crime today, if you go to, for example, Pakwachi here, yes, at the center, the root cause, yesterday I was discussing with the RDC. He told me the root cause of this crime in Pakwachi specifically, it is the lack of association. You have people who are already educated, but they don't have where they can what? Sit and discuss ideas. They don't have where they can get skills. They don't have where to apply and get jobs. We have been recruiting UPDF. They needed 30 people, but in Pakwachi, over 1,000 people applied. Where are the rest going to? So let us tackle the issue to do with the employment, the issue to do with the quality of education, the issue to do with the youth skilling, the issue to do with the youth empowerment. Once we are dealt with that, this crime will definitely go down. The drug abuse will reduce. The youth will have a meaningful sense of living and doing something important for themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fataki, for that. I think he has also given substantive ideas on how we can control. I would also expect all of us to be in that direction. When you point out an issue, at least offer some solutions so that the clerks can be able to put a clear record on this. Allow me to have Honorable Fataki, and then I will move down the other side. There's a gentleman, that is a honorable member, who has a very pertinent issue also to this August House. Yes.
Thank you so much, the August House. Let me observe the protocol as it had been drafted earlier before. Mr. Speaker, I've just come to add my voice onto what my colleague honorables have elaborated. As it has said, the government should address high crime rate and drug abuse. My dear honorable members, I want to tell us that in the recent census of Uganda, which was conducted by UBOS, now we have over 45.9 million Ugandans. And if you calculate it with the previous one, which means our number have increased with 11 million, which means our number in Uganda is growing so fast. And most of these people are young people. Let me talk about West Nile particularly. In this, if you can see, 12% of these ones are in the bracket of age of 14 to 19 in West Nile, but they are not in school. They have not gone to school. Now, let's ask ourselves, where are these youths going? What are they doing? Of course, these are the youths who are in the streets, which we are calling hooligans. And sometimes, way back, a professor said, if we are ruled by a hooligan, which means we are all what? Hooligans. You see? So, in that, I will urge the government to allocate more resources to educate these youth, young people, so that when they come out in the streets, they will behave and they will be useful people. In the Bible, there's a saying which says, there was a time, a short man, they asked, will this one do something? But at the last, Jesus appointed him as one of his apostles. That is when people knew there's something good which will come into in this person. And Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm to us that we have a lot of Harry Maguires and Andrew Onanas in the government. They are doing nothing there. They are always embezzling things which are coming for the youths. Now, it will lead, they don't want to see that youths are gathered like this, doing something. They will point up something that youths are doing this. Immediately, you will see the force coming there.
Honorable Speaker, could you mention to this House those who embezzle in things, and which things it could be crocodiles?
I want to give an example. In Arua City, particularly in Central Division, it is almost reaching 4 years. The Youth Council have never conducted any activity. But there was money which was allocated and was approved, which was given to the focal point person in charge of youth, but the money was not used. So here, what do you think the structure or the elected youth leaders will go down and explain to their fellow youths?
Okay. Order is order. Could you kindly please, could you come in front here and raise this order? And you could start from Honorable.
Yes. Starting from Honorable point, adding to what he said that things embezzled, I was one who was affected. My community was affected. When ILO.
Speaker, this is an information. It is not an order.
I'm trying to add what he has said here because he's saying things, he's not giving statistics.
Okay, could you make a write up on this and submit it through the clerks? I would make sure that this information is added onto what he's given in here. There's an order from an honorable member down there. All the rules information, I would give you this opportunity to make sure that you give your submission, which is an order.
Mr. Speaker, I remain Chunyai Dennis. It is out of order for a parliamentary or an honorable to talk while pointing at one another. Actually, I would request for protection of my colleague. Thank you.
Honorable, that is an order. Or maybe next time when it is not a maybe, you must.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. My colleague, Honorable, I want to tell you that my hand speaks louder than my voice. So you,
Honorable Speaker, Honorable current Speaker, Honorable current Speaker, this House, Honorable Sergeant Zatam, can you kindly, this House is guided by rules and procedures. It is not enough for someone to point.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me conclude by saying, as I was coming out with these statistics, I think I'll put my voice to see that how the government will address the challenges of crime rate and drug abuse. I think it is good if, as my colleague Honorable had said earlier, if it is good, the money or the fund which is allocated for the youths should be in the right place in order to see that we nurture more youths to become better Ugandans tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. There is a honorable member whom I kept pending in there. There are two of them coming, but the last man, you make sure you're the first to speak and stand next to each other. Honorable, could you allow my honorable here to speak first ahead of you so that you come immediately after him, just in 2 minutes?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purpose, my name is 𝗥𝗲𝗴𝗶𝗺𝗶, the District Youth Councillor for Madiokolo District. To add on more information or points on what colleagues have deliberated on, there are so many legal framework that we're using in order to address the issue of crime or criminal aspect and drug abuse. But indeed, the legal framework that we have, like the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, 1995, the Penal Code, Cap 120, we have Narcotic, Drug and Psychotherapy Substance Control Act 2015, we have the Police Act, Local Government Act. There are so many legal framework that we have. And even the Children's Act 55 Act. So there are so many legal framework that we have in place, but the aspect of the implementation of putting all these legal framework to address the common issues that the youth and the citizens are facing concerning the crime rate and the drug abuse is very high. I want to start addressing myself. It is actually all this address, if you go into the Sustainable Development Goal, agenda number 16, it addressed this. The aspect of peace, justice, and strong institutions to implement this is very effective for the address of this. But I want to address my mind to the aspect of parenting. Parenting is very core in addressing all this. Because as of now, the statistics that we are giving right now is most for the youths. But you find that these youths, they come from families. They have family. Meaning that family units as of now is degenerated really. The aspect of parenting and the
Honorable Speaker, your time seems to be moving out. You could prepare some of these submissions and make sure that you submit them into writing. I've captured the key facts from your discussion in here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
We have, as an inclusive to this August House, Honorable 𝗪𝗶𝗶𝗶 is one of us who would also wish to make a submission to this discussion.
Okay. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is 𝗪𝗶𝗶𝗶. Yes, I'm a leader of people with disabilities in Arua. So I want to talk about this motion, why drug abuse has increased. I'm a person from Arua city. I've seen some of youth practicing drug abuse in Arua. Some of them are captured truly, and some escape. Some youth with disabilities are also involved in these activities, in this practice. When we assess the issue, we found out yes, there is some barriers. Yes, barriers that affect youth with disabilities to participate in these issues. For example, criminal rates. So we have found out these 4 barriers. There is altitude barrier, there is communication barrier, and there is accessibility barrier, and there is participation barrier. So these barriers, Right Honourable Speaker, the government programs give opportunities to youth, but these programs don't involve people with disabilities. Do you see this is affect? So at change, you see the government have programs, for example, yoga, PDM, special grants. But these officials, government officials, have a negative attitude towards people with disabilities. So when a person with disability want to apply, office is just biased, has a negative attitude. He's biased and goes to his or her work. So communication barrier, these officials, government officials don't know sign language. it is on record. So when a person with hearing impairment, a deaf person comes to know any information, so the officer doesn't know how to communicate and goes and do his or her own things. So I speak if these barriers are catered for, are removed away, these criminal rates will reduce. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. This is a very special motion. I would wish us to uphold that as a very serious matter that this August House has been able to receive. I see there are a lot of us who would wish to speak on this matter. I think as the speaker, I will make an oversight ruling after this gentleman. He would be the last, and then I will have some 3 female voices, and we would have more discussions in the next motion that we also ought to have a lot of issues on. Just in 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I still remain 𝗪𝗿𝗶𝗶𝗵, the District Male Youth Councillor, 𝗪𝗿𝗶𝗵𝗵 District. Right Honorable Speaker, I think you are able, actually you said that you are giving each and every person 2 minutes. My recommendation to the organizers is that these are pertinent issues that we need to discuss as young people of West Nile. I think the time that is given, the time that is allocated for us is not enough. Next time, I wish the organizers, they bring these people early so that we start the programs a bit early. Right Honorable Speaker, we are looking at how the government is supposed to handle the issue of crime rate and drug abuse. My question is, who is government? The government is us. All of us are government. So what have we done as the young people to see that the fellow youths who are spoiled because of drug abuse, what have we done as the young people? One, we should not only actually look at how the government should handle the issues. One of the speakers actually did say that, did talk about the issue of the parenting. I think that's the most important thing that is affecting our young people. All these young people that you see, they are seated along the roadsides. They have parents. They have homes. They come from homes. What did the parents do? You as a parent, what have you do before government? So there's a lot of actual sensitization the parents have to take, the responsibility the parents have to take has to be higher than the government. Secondly, the community. All these things are happening in the communities. What did the community do? We have religious leaders. We have the cultural leaders. What have they done? When you look right now, our cultural values are disappearing. Why? Because this time we are more on the Western life. Everything that we do here, we emulate it from the Western world. So right now, our culture is going down. As young people, we are leaders of these people. We are representing thousands of youths who are remaining down there. What have we done? Today I've come here to pick knowledge. Is this knowledge going to reach the grassroots youth, or it will just remain here? So it is our responsibility as a young people to take part in handling this issue of drug abuse. Otherwise, Right Honorable Speaker, most of the youth that you see, most of the people that are running mad are the youths.
Okay. Thank you.
So we need to take a responsibility as young people to see that we handle this issue. Otherwise, we are going actually astray. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. I would wish to say we have 3 female voices, and I would give this to that last female honorable member, and then I will come here and also give a mix to one of the honorable members in here. Let's make sure that these 3 who are standing, you make sure you just come immediately after this honorable speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is 𝗪𝗏𝗀𝗏𝘀. We live in a generation of youths who don't want to dirty themselves. They're educated, but they're youths who think working and being employed is only in an office or having a white-collar jobs. And as much as, the government has tried so much to engage the youths and keep them busy, but I feel like it's now not an issue of a government, it's a personal issue. It's a mindset issue. If there's anything that is supposed to be tackled, it should be the mindset of the youths towards what they have around them instead of throwing blames out. And I will second the point of parenting, because today if we are having corrupt leaders, it simply because they came from corrupt parents or corrupt families that never corrected them right from the start. Thank you.
Honorable members, please, I would wish to request that it is the speaker who will give you the time to come on stage here. Would you kindly, if you could allow Sailor, then you would come as the last person in there to see that we at least maybe you would be next to here. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, may the protocol be observed. According to me, I think this issue of drug abuse,
could you put your name and the constituency you're representing?
I'm called 𝗪𝗿𝗀𝗲𝗪 from Arua City. Okay, for me, I think criminality in Uganda is majorly caused by these porous borders we are having and the weak security we are having in our country. The reason that's why I'm saying this is, according to the current situation in Arua, concerning the porous borders we are having, that these drug abusers in Arua, I may not mention them, but there are many. So when these people, when they are caught, especially they run to Sudan. Sometimes when they are caught, their parents go after them in their cells, they remove them. After that, they run to Sudan. And government is doing nothing about that. They stay there for some time and they come back, and nothing is done. That's why it's giving them that habit of continuing with what they are doing. Now talk of security. Like imagine someone being accused and he's really guilty of such things, and you find parents coming with money. That one I will say that they are buying them out of their cells.
Honorable Speaker, you are accusing the police, which is an institutional body of this country. How do these things happen when our police has clear regulations and...
No, according to the current situation in Arua, one time something happened in Arua whereby someone was caught, someone who in the whole of Arua was known to be a gang was caught, and after that the person was released. That's what I'm saying. So.
Could you put it into more figures or maybe into more details? Because when we talk about someone, it could not reflect an human perspective of people. It could be goats released from the cells.
It will sound like I'm accusing someone.
This is an August house where everything we discuss here, even if it is a leader, this is an August house where we would expect them to be put accountable to the committees that represent.
Only that I've forgotten the name. Maybe my gentleman here can mention for me the name. The other guy who came from Sudan. Chika.
Okay. So I would expect you also make a clear submission through the clerk to put on who released them and how the police were able to release this, so that we have a substantive resolution to this. Thank you very much. I don't know if you could just summarize that.
It's okay. My last point is...
Order is an order. Could you kindly just safely move up here as you come to raise this issue that is an order to this August house, so that we have this house fully instituted into order.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We are here discussing evidence-based discussion or deliberation. But however, I want to address my mind to the aspect of security. Because when you clearly point here somebody, this August house here is watched by very many people. How are you sure that my honorable colleague here will be safe? Thank you.
At the institution of this parliament, we know the clerks, the sergeants at arm, are the biggest police we have in this room here.
My last point, I'll talk of parents. Most of these youths have parents. It's like I'm repeating. And I think most of us here are parents. We are parents and youths at the same time. But I'm urging us parents at home, we should at least be talking to our children so that they grow up in a manner that they know drugs are bad.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Order. When you're raising an order, it is the speaker to give you, because this is my house. And then let's have Honorable Sailor.
Thank you very much. Our protocol observed. Sheila Princess Obia is my name, from Arua City. Just to go straight to the point, we are talking about drug abuse, crime rates. What is the cause of this drug abuse and the crime rate, the high crime rate? I think we are trying to romance the issue that the youth are very idle. The sense of idleness is causing the youth to go into drug addiction. Why am I saying this? They commonly say that an idle mind is the workshop of the devil. When you find the youth are not doing anything, they are loitering around, they are bound to go into drugs that would probably relax their mind, that has nothing preoccupying it. That is one. Two, our parents have left their responsibilities to the government. Why are we only focusing on the government? Who is actually the government? A honorable colleague had mentioned this question. Can we answer who is a government? We are the government ourselves. We simply have leaders that are representing us in the government system, but we are literally the government ourselves. So what do we do in our homes? Parents have decided to abandon their responsibilities of their children in the hands of the government. What can the government do? If you don't raise your child properly from a homestead, how will this child then be able to adopt in the community out there? If you teach the child that it is wrong to consume drugs that are going to probably ruin your mind, eventually this child is going to grow up with this mindset. But when you let the child grow because community has adopted to this, there's a problem. Parents are not very intentional about raising their children. These days you find the young people, they raise up these things for sitting at the roadsides on those trees. I don't know what they call it. Is it swings? Instead of going deep down to do something that occupies your mind, that takes away the idleness, you find the young people doing these kinds of things. Now, perhaps if they identify you as maybe an upcoming member of parliament, they start asking you, where is the small, where is something small? You get that kind of thing. Let the parents be intentional to take responsibilities for their children. Now, on the part of the government, can the government be able to instill some sense of skills training for these young people? Because yes, there are also those young people that are educated, but they don't have anything that they are doing. Can the government take up responsibilities of skilling these young people? Maybe hands-on skills or whatever it is that they are to do, so that these young people can avoid.
Honorable Speaker, government has a very big skilling center here in Zombo that have been over 100 youths have been over 100, and this has a replica. I just want to put you in order that also if you could give us some of the substantive ideas how parenting could be a solution now,
I'll
responsible.
Just take for an example. I have ever wrote a project to Toyota Uganda. Toyota Uganda skilled people on how to actually train the youth on what mechanical engineering. About 3 months or 6 months training, whereby if at all they trained people in Pakwachi, and Toyota Uganda's car got a problem in Pakwachi, they don't have to wait for an expert from where? From Kampala to come and fix this car. But the youth that they have trained in Pakwachi is able to fix that, because then they would have been the one to train this, who have trained these young people. Now, that is another part. Now, peer influence. When you look at peer influence, everybody nowadays want to adopt from somebody else, but you don't know what you're actually adopting. I could be picking a wrong advice from a friend, which I want to influence. If you, for example, you look at what is happening on social media, young people are so taken up by social media in a way that they are not even focusing on doing the right things with this social media. In social media, you can do a lot of things that are very positive. But what are our young people doing? So literally what I would say is that let us take responsibilities for our actions before we start questioning other people. When we are responsible for ourselves, then we can look at how other people can actually impact our lives. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think it is not good for all of us to speak. We still have a lot of motions to be moved in here. I would want to bring this discussion back to the dockets of the Speaker's office for the clerks to read to us some of the resolutions we have made in here as at this August sitting that is sitting here on this 5th or 8th of July 2024. These are some of the resolutions that were able to be captured from your discussions, and as this motion mover, that is Honorable 𝗪𝗿𝗶𝗺𝗁 had been ably given us an allusion on how the issues of high crime rate and drug abuse have been affecting youth. And I call upon my clerks to this August House to make sure that at least we have a readout on some of these resolutions.
Okay, thank you. So far, I've recorded about 6 resolutions. One of it was finding out the root cause of crime and substance abuse, creating economic activity, especially in rural areas, enhancing and enforcement of law enhancing and enforcement of law by the relevant authorities, building and empowering community structures to find out crime and drug abuse, resource allocation in education, rehabilitation, and sensitization of young people. But I've been seeing a point raising here. It is most commonly people are saying that parents have lost responsibility over their children, but no resolution have so far come about it. So I would like to ask the House, are we agreeing that we urge government to make a law on parents who are not responsible to their children? So it is to you, the delegates, to think about it. If you think government can make a law regarding parents who are irresponsible to their children, so that they are regulated, it will be fair.
There's a rule call for procedure. Could you safely move up here? That is Honorable representing 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗀. Could you kindly move forward to see to it that this procedure issue is captured in here? That is Honorable 𝗥𝗲𝗴𝗶𝗺. He is representing the people of 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗀. Thank you very much. You can kindly make sure that you move this safely.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The aspect of procedure that I'm raising is the mover of motion, has not yet made his last submission on this matter.
Okay.
And it will be procedural right to see that he first make his submission, then we go to the action.
Let's put this House into procedure. I therefore call upon Honorable the mover of this motion, 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗀 Ivan, to, having heard from the August House, the plenary, on this discussion, his prayers to this discussion and the motion he has moved.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Before I proceed, allow me recognize the presence of RDC Pakwachi, Mr. 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗶. You're most welcome. I thank my brother for having been a very brilliant student in your council. May God bless you. Mr. Speaker, I tabled my motion. I was almost seated there, lost, but my original seat is there, so I was waiting for your due diligence, which my brother has helped to us. People talked about mindset change. I think the House resolved that there is need for us to change our mindset. We don't need to go on government. After all, what is government and what have we done ourselves from home? 2, our brother also talked about budget is being allocated for different departments, and I've been talking about it. So if budget is allocated, is it being misused or is it being used well? So budget is always allocated. It's now our mandate as leaders. We come from our parishes, we come from our villages, we come from sub-counties. Some of us are leaders. What have we done as local leaders? We have the authority to put the bylaws. We have the authority to put the ordinances. So let's use our mandate to at least regulate such authorities and make sure we follow them up and they work. Then there we shall achieve. We talked about parenting. Let's take the initiative to monitor as responsible citizens to see that are our parents doing their duties as parents. Princess was talking about parental idleness. Because by the time you leave your children to go and associate somewhere where they have diverted from the culture from home, it is equally that the culture from home is also the same. So we need to do our due diligence there also. There is a receiving of bribery from police. I thank God that we have a representative from the government, from President's office. There are 2 here. So police, has been reported that meanwhile police is discussing this way, police is also turning the hand the other way, receiving something but discussing at the forefront. So let's also focus on that and we make sure that such acts are abolished because they take us backward. When someone is really proved guilty of a crime and you find the person immediately removed. And such cases, they compare, communities do compare, and you find we start losing hope in such issues, and follow-ups is never done. There we shall, even the parliament may have no meaning, Mr. Speaker, sir. So according to the few resolutions made, and I captured some which are very important, others the clerk has taken note of, please now I beg, Mr. Speaker, it's now within your authorities to make sure whatever has been tabled before you reaches somewhere and it is of impact. Because whatever has been discussed here may be of issues, but if it is not followed up by the custodian of these laws, the custodians of this house, who is now the Right Honorable Speaker right now. So I now put my prayer before you and your desk that you collect the resolution well, in a formal way, you use right channels, and you table them to the right offices as our founders keep backing you, and we pray for the best. I therefore thank you. I rest my case for God and my country.
Thank you, Honorable Ivan, for that motion and, of course, your prayers to this August House. The August House, I want to say procedure is procedure. We have Protocol 001 being present in this parliament. That is the President's office here in Pakwachi. I, as the office of the Speaker, would wish to recognize our beloved RDC for Pakwachi, that is Mr. 𝗪𝗲𝗪𝗶, who has been very vocal to issues of youth. We welcome you to this August sitting here in Pakwachi. Thank you very much for paying attention to the youth issues. My August House, having heard from what you have said in here, I also want from the Speaker's office to say that at least for the next motion would be using maximally 30 minutes, and this 30 minutes means from reading it, the discussion, and up to the final prayers are from the motion mover. Having said all this, the clerk to the parliament has already captured some of the key resolutions being made in here that I would therefore request us to make sure that we move to the next motion or the business put on this order paper here. I now hand over to my clerk.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker, for having granted again more chance to go to the next motion. And the next motion on the order paper is a motion urging government to tackle the root cause of low youth meaningful participation in decision-making processes like budgeting processes, local and national issues, elections, and many others. I therefore invite Honorable Brenda Doris to come forward to move the motion.
Members, there's a procedural issue here that we need to know if we agree on the first motion we have debated in there, based on the resolutions and the prayers are from the motion mover, that is Honorable Ivan. Do we agree to those resolutions? Can I hear those who say yes to it, to say aye, and those who are saying no to it to say nay? At the count of three, those who are in favor of that motion to be adopted as a working document to this parliament, can I hear you say aye? And those who are saying no to it, can you say nay? Based on the consensus and the general view of this August House, I therefore declare that the issues in our first motion on the amended order paper be used as legal documents to this parliament seated here in Pakwachi on the 8th of July 2024. And I therefore call upon us to move to the next motion. That is to be moved by Honorable Brenda, who is representing the people of Koboko on the motion. That is very crucial to us in issues of decision. Let's stamp our legs together to see that Honorable is given that very accord based on the substantive motion that she is presenting to the floor of this August House. Honorable, you're most welcome.
The Honorable Speaker, the August House, I'm Brenda Doris Wani, the District Female Youth Councillor representing the youths of Koboko District Local Government. I'm here to move a motion urging the government to tackle the root causes of low youth meaningful participation in decision-making process like the budgeting process, local and national issues, elections, to mention. I beg to move.
Can I have some 2 secondments to this motion so that we put it to this House subject for discussion? Honorable Aikobua from Adiokolo is coming in here to effect this call.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Back on this podium, I'm here just to second this motion which has been moved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second person to second this.
Thank you so much. My name is 𝗪𝗲𝗀𝘀𝘁. I'm just here to second the motion that has been moved. Thank you.
Having had these 2 secondments, Honorable Brenda, I therefore call upon you to make sure that we have more hearings about this motion that you've just presented tabled on the floor of this parliament on the issues of youth participation. Basically, that is 7.3. Can we have more hearing on that motion based on your preparations, Honorable?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, and the August House. To justify on the motion that I've just moved, ladies and gentlemen, I rise today to urge the Ugandan government to address the root causes of the low participation in decision-making process, including budgeting process, local and the national issues, including the elections of the youth, and represent a portion to our population. However, their voices are often marginalized and tackling the underlying issues that hinder their participation. We can empower the youth to contribute to the meaningful and development of our country through the following. Since I'm given only 30 minutes, to the August House, I'm only going to talk about the 4 major key points that we needed to put in place such that as youth of West Nile, we make sure that our issues are addressed. Argument number 1, education and awareness. Ladies and gentlemen, as all we know, in every situation, the major primary reason for the low participation is lack of education and awareness, both in our communities, at the district level, and at the national level, where you find that most times it is important to engage the youth in a decision-making process where these youths are never given trainings or created awareness where you give them information about what is happening at the district, about our activities to be done, about what us the youths are supposed to do. As a result, you find that we lack informations by not having the awareness and the education that makes us miss programs. For that, we need education programs that can integrate into our school curriculum programs, where we can give to the students to get aware of how youths are supposed to benefit or else behave during holidays, or else through having community outreach program initiatives. By doing so, we can equip the youth with such knowledge and skills to make sure that we participate effectively when it comes to the governance or else achieving the government project. Number 2, my argument is all about economic barriers. Mr. Speaker and the August House, you find that economic barrier plays a key role in limiting the youth participation. Why you find that most of us youth, we have unemployment problem down in the communities. There are youths down there who have gone to school, are graduates, but they have no jobs. Though a job is not that white collar paper, but some of the youths, they are trained, they started from senior 1 up to senior 6, they don't see what is happening. All their life is in boarding and so on. You come home, you find it hard. You want to apply, the government is saying that 10 years experience. Yet you started from nursery, direct to P7, O-level, A-level in the university. At what time shall you get the experience? After you have your paper, you don't have experience. Where shall these youths get their experience? Because of that unemployment, you find that the youths are lacking there. Now, since there's no money, the economic is very hard, youths find it very hard to make sure that they support activities. Like me, a youth leader, I have my little money. I rather support my own things than supporting activities of youth. That is also a problem. My argument number 3 is the political inclusion. In most times, as the youth, we are excluded when it comes to decision-making process, political side. In my district, you find that when it comes to issues concerning youths in political programs that are taken to the district for the youth, elders are the ones leading. Or else sometimes you find you come to hear like a story or like a dream that people already doing some work. Who are the leaders of the youth? Or they will include you in the first when the donors or else the NGOs come for the first day, like to ask for the introduction. They will introduce you. You will hear all the programs. You will never get the dates, only to hear that activities are done. So for that, the government is undermining us, the youth, to do our work, more especially the district, political leaders and technical leaders. At the end, you go on ground, things are done without your notice, and we claim to be leaders without information. That is the most affecting issue that I've seen under political inclusion. The last point, which is my argument number 4, is access to information and technology. In today's digital life, you find that information is key, and most of the things are passed through media and so on. Some of our youth, they went to schools where in remote areas, there are no computers, there are no technologies. At the end, they come and the government expects information to be sent through what? Maybe computers, digital, and so on. At the end, it makes them very hard. Even if you have a smartphone, in the remote area, sometimes due to network problem and other issues, accessing the information becomes very hard. You can put your data, it expires without even accessing what was sent. So we need to give information, physical and so on. Live example right now. Some of us are from Koboko, others are from other parts. We have come here. Faraj, we appreciate you. You have given us this chance. We may never know how much they are going to give us at the end. I may spend my money from Koboko up to here, and I'm given less. Transport becomes a problem because I've not accessed. So if it was an open discussion, I would have known. But because it is a technology and so on, I may never know at the end. Either our leaders are corrupt, or else we lack what? Information. That is an example. I'm not hitting anyone. So, in conclusion, I'm saying, addressing the root causes of the low youth participation in decision-making process, budgeting, local and national participation, to make sure the sustainability and development of Uganda by investing. We need to have education, awareness, we address the economic barriers, we ensure that political inclusion, every work that's supposed to be done by the youth leaders must be the ones to participate and lead, such that we can act as a role model. Like right now, I told the guys, I'm now 28, actually I'm 27, next year I'm making 28. Then if I will come back, meaning I'll only serve for 2 years, my youth age has ended. Now why can't someone come? They are telling me now with what even you people, your work, we are not seeing even benefit. Why should you waste our time? So by including us the youth, by standing in front, by talking, you can act as any what? Role model to someone, to have the morale to come and do leadership and participation. For all I've said, I'm urging this August House today that you support me as I move the motion to take immediate action to tackle these issues, ensuring that the youth of Uganda have the opportunities and are supported to have their needs to contribute to the meaningful of our country's development. For God and my country, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brenda, for that motion you have moved in here. I also want to take the interest of those who are viewing us online, those from the YouTube channel page over that is 𝗪𝗲𝗀𝗶. We're seeing Agathe Alex Julius is putting a submission here that what I can say is always talking about issues without action. Implementation will be useless. Thank you very much, Alex. This sitting here is to make sure that all what we discuss here reach the top organs of this very nation through this parliament here. I also want to appreciate those who are watching us online on Facebook, on 𝗪𝗲𝗀𝗶 TV. Those I cannot be able to read all your names, but continue watching us, and we'll also be able to make sure that when you come through to the comment sections and put some issues in which the August House seated here in Pakwachi in West Nile is discussing to these issues right over here. We'll also be expecting the technical team to deliver to us to the speaker's dockets through the offices of the clerks. The comments coming from the online section would be able to give the online viewers or those who are joining us on the Zoom to also have their voices heard on this issue. We are youths. Digital inclusion is one key thing that we would be able to champion because we still have more years to live on. I want to open this discussion, having heard from what Honorable Brenda has raised to this August House, that their issues are that as youths in West Nile, our decisions have not been clearly, and I could see it, that this motion is also coming at a time when the clocks are ticking towards 2026. That is where a lot of decisions will be made to influence us for the next 5 years. It's a very crucial matter. I do not want to be the one or the motion mover, but let's give this to the audience, to the parliament, August House honorable members in here, and also those members who are joining us virtually through the media, the online media platforms. And at the catch of my eye, can I be able to say that if there are submissions to this, we have them presented to the floor of this parliament? Yes, the room is open. We have Honorable Okello and of course Sabir Musa will come as Honorable, but I will start with Honorable 𝗪𝗲𝗀𝗶 as a person to give his submission, then we'll move and make sure that all this house has a discussion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. About this motion about low youth participation in budgeting, yes, I just want to talk about, I just want to focus youth with disabilities. Yes, youth with disabilities have low participation in these programs because there is some limitation in environment. So on all levels, for example, why? Sometimes youth with disabilities representative can come at the city level. So, and they also can reach to the national level so that their voices are heard. But unfortunately, they stop on the low level. So they cannot reach to the East African level. So and all people with disability voices stop at the low level. So because of lack of information. But I believe if we are represented at all levels, yes, they can result fully participation. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable 𝗪𝗪𝗀𝗶 has put in there. I think these are matters that are of territorial integrity as East African community. As this youth parliament proceeds also to the next, we'll be able to make sure that these are addressed to the other parliaments that we correlate with. I had Honorable quickly, could you just come to the floor of this house to post in this submission? I'll be guiding this room with 2 minutes allotted time to each honorable member. Let's use that meaningfully because at exactly 30 minutes, 2:30, we must be able to move to the next motion. Honorable, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remain Tunyai Dennis, a concerned youth from Zumbu who chose to attend without invitation. Thank you. It is really absurd that when you look at issues of national importance, like the budget, the national frameworks and elections, most of us, the youths, are not informed. Even if you're to ask now in this room, you get that majority of us don't know where the budgetary cycle begins and ends. Yet it is the geese of the nation. So by that, I suggest 3 ideas. One is we have sensitization and awareness of budgetary cycle, election period, by the government and the NGOs. 2, framework schedules should be pinned in public notice places so that we have access. And the third one is, I suggest that let the government be a little fair and reduce on taxation on this telecommunication network so that we have access to data to look for these informations. And lastly, we the youth also, let us have self-motivation to look for information so that when we are talking out, we be informed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that time you have kept in there. I would also be able to give chance for those who have not yet been present or had their voices on the floor of Parliament. Honorable Maxwell, then I'll come to those who have really not spoken up so that we have an inclusive idea that this House is speaking from a representative view of West Nile. Honorable.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Asik Maxwell is my name. A youth councillor representing the people of Media Sub-County in 𝗪𝗶𝗶 District. Asik Maxwell is my name. The male councillor representing the youth of Media Sub-County, 𝗪𝗶𝗶 District. I have 2 critical issues that I feel once they are worked upon, they will enable the meaningful youth participation in the decision-making processes, more especially in the budgeting processes, local and national issues. 1, looking at the nomination prizes that a government has approved, more especially for a person to contest as an MP, there is this 3 million that you are to pay in order for you to qualify. Now, looking at the economic barrier of the youths that we have, it really hinders and it affects our participation, more especially in the election process. You will realize that we as the youth, we have the ability to participate in the leadership, but because of the limited resources that we have, you realize that we will not have the potential to participate. However, I pray that there's need for government to reduce the nomination fee to make politics more accessible to the youth. From 3 million at least to 500,000.
Okay.
I'm still on the floor, I think, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, looking at the representation of the young people in the Parliament, we have around 3.8% of the MPs in the Parliament of Uganda. And this represents around 5 representatives of the young people in this parliament. And what does it mean? 70% of the population of this country are the young people. And it has a presentation of 3.8. Trust me, what do you expect at the end of the day? You will expect in access, you will expect poor representation, more especially in decision making.
Could you allow the current speaker to just sum up if it's an urgent information? Honorable Ivan, just in 15 seconds, could you walk up here and give out this information?
Mr. Speaker, following the procedure, may I beg for his consent because he has to permit me.
Honorable Maxwell, do you consent to that?
Permitted.
Thank you, my brother. We are talking about slots of youth in the parliament. To inform the House and current speaker, we need to speak broadly. Broadly, what do I mean? When you see the representation of young people in the parliament, I think we do take a lead. It's how we use the opportunity to advocate for the youth who are down to the grassroots is now the problem. These are the issues that we need to address. We, the young people, we have been given special slots in the regions to represent, where we even qualify to, as young people, as As me, myself, I qualify to contest as a constituency member of parliament. I have no
Honorable,
but an
could
elder
you,
person cannot contest
Honorable, could you
as a
come
youth
to
member
order?
of
As
parliament
you
for
have a
Northern Region. I beg to submit.
Honorable Ivo, before you sit down, could you allocate clearly the slots, because slots could be, in terms of figures, what this slot would mean in terms of the adequate representation?
What I'm meaning, we have special representation, like we have the Northern Youth MP currently, Honorable 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, where only young people are entitled to contest in that position. When you are not qualified, you don't contest. That is a special slot that as youth we have away from being members
So
of parliament.
for the whole of West Nile, we have one, or that is for the whole of Northern Uganda. Could you put it clear to this August House? And maybe as you prepare substantive evidence to that, let me have Maxwell back so that he has more time to elaborate on this.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm still on the floor trying to explore more. Unfortunately, I was interrupted. Looking at the statistics, we have around 5 slots given for the youths. We have 4 slots given for all the 4 regions of Uganda. And then we have 1 slot that is given for the national, for a youth to represent at the national level. However, looking at the district women representatives in this country, there are around 145. Looking at the constituents representation in parliament, there are around 353. Looking at the UPDF representatives, there are around 10. And looking at the youth, there are 5. Looking at persons with disabilities, there are 5. Looking at the workers' representatives, there are 5. Older persons, there are 5. Looking at ex-officials who do not play any role, I believe, in the development, in decision-making, there are around 28, making up to 557 members of parliament in this country. Mr. Speaker, what will happen if we only have 3 slots? Looking at the cabinet, the decision-making body, are we represented as youths?
Honorable,
No.
honorable speaker, member, can you please, what is your resolution to this now?
However, I pray that government should ensure that the slots for youths are increased in the Parliament of Uganda.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That is a very valid, to how many? Because we might say now to 45 million people.
However, I believe that with this percentage of 70%, if government can give slots for youths to be represented at each district, it will be very, very important, and our issues as youths will be heard, and we will realize the best.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, my sister brought a very key and important issue of economic barriers. Still, you will realize that government has given open space for anyone who is either rich or poor to participate in politics. Now, me who is poor, with someone who is rich, who is there to spend 100 million, and I'm here to spend around 10 million, who has the upper hand to go? The parliament. However, can the government come up with a standard measures to ensure that they limit the way finances are spent more especially in campaigns?
Thank you, Honorable, just for that summary. I want to say thank you for that service, Honorable Maxwell. Let me have Honorable 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Abdusalam Layson, or the one who is standing right now, to just take on this, then we'll be able to move so that we have also more female voices and a substantive discussion on this. It seems to be an issue that is hearing a lot of murmuring from the ground, just within 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I still remain as under 𝗪𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 from Arua District. I just want to add on what my colleague, Honorable from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, has just said. Actually, it is to my dismay, today we are having the West Nile Youth Parliament. It is right here in Pakwachi. And from the village level or from the cell level up to the nationals, we have the structure of youth. If I'm not mistaken, today it is the only youth parliament all over Uganda. But we have the chairperson, national youth chairperson, who is representing the young people all over the nation. The other way around, you might find that the information or the news had reached to his ears, but here he's not around. I will say that sometimes our efforts
Honorable, could you mention this member that you are trying to put clearly to the August House?
We have Mr. Yero, who is the National Youth Chairperson. Such activities, he will have been with us. Even the Northern Youth MP, which is Mr. 𝗡𝗶𝗹𝗶𝗺, will have also been with us here. But these people are frustrating our efforts. I will reach to extent of saying, sometimes when our numbers are less in the parliament, they will frustrate it there not to contest in leadership. Our efforts are always frustrated. And secondly, my brother, my honorable brother said here, we have options whereby we can contest in adult suffrage with those people. As honorable had said here earlier, if you start from there, sometimes these elderly people or the current people who are in power will see you as their threats. They start using the power which they already have, they will start to squeeze you. Then it will give us no space sometimes to compete with them. That's why we are always trying to see that we minimize ourselves in the youth council or in the position of youth parliament. As Maxwell had said, my submission to this will have been, if per district is much, why can't the government come up with that we send one member of parliament, a youth member of parliament per region, like West Nile gives, Acholi sub-region gives, like that. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Toko. Could you, Lesson, could you kindly just in 1 or 2 minutes, I think when we are here, let's make sure when you're calling an honorable member, you at least put that word honorable, so that this house is respected. Allow me have the 3 persons in here just to move in to save time. Immediately after election, we'll have Sailor, Honorable Sailor, and then we'll move to Honorable Fataki. Then we'll move down there. Can 4 of you just move up here to save time? 2 minutes each to see to that.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
I'm Honorable
region,
Speaker.
It's not region, sub-region. At least West Nile sub.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Toko. We can applaud that louder, but okay. The floor is for Honorable Abdulsalam Leison. Ojotre.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I still remain 𝗪𝗪𝗶𝗵𝗪, a member representing the Greater Arua, that is to say Arua District.
Order is order. Could you kindly just out? For the safety of this house, I think I would have to hear from their consent if it is okay for them to continue standing, or we can allow them to go and sit down. Is it okay, honorable members? Honorable 𝗪𝗶𝗶𝗶𝗵, the procedures here also demand for consent. That is why I'm requesting their consent. If it is okay, they might have come here with their medical forms to say that they're okay to stand. Yes. Could you just maybe write that procedure issue down? We would expect if you are up here. Could you, as a speaker to this house, can I command the sergeants to pick Honorable Ivan from where he's seated to where the microphone is pointing, for the safety of my online participant or the online honorables who are also watching you on YouTube. For your information, we have people who are watching us on Faradza TV, and I'll also be able to take special interest to have digital inclusion as youths. Digital inclusion is one of the greatest tools that we stride on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. We understand you're the custodians of the law of this parliament, but when for a point of order and point of procedure, once it's raised and verified that it's a procedure, it takes precedence. I beg to submit. Therefore, your ruling is automatic.
Speaker has a discretion ruling that I must also exercise that right very rightly to this house. It is also my docket. So I would request that within the next 1 minute, we have the next speakers to speak. Thank you.
Yes, once again, thanks so much. Mr. Speaker, sir, I still remain 𝗪𝗪𝗶𝗵𝗪, a member coming from the Greater Arua, that is to say Arua District. I would like to thank so much the mover of the motion, wherein she did say that a meaningful participation of the youth in decision-making and budgeting processes. I quoted her say that we lack awareness. Truly, we do lack awareness when it comes to budgeting processes, because this process starts from the grassroots to the other stage, and then where it's being approved. So I agree with her that we really lack awareness when it comes to budgeting process, when you go down deep to the villages. So therefore, I would say the government should have a budget line streamed through the youth council that goes up to the downer roots where the youths are being represented by their leaders, so that they create awareness for these young people.
Thank you.
So that when the circle is taking place, they participate. Monies where
Honorable, your time is up. Could you just now, we want to be time bound on this so that we have more motions debated. If you realize your submission is very long, I will request to write it down. I have clerks here who have been paid to see that they also read what you write. Let's have a Honorable Sailor to make a submission.
Thank you very much. Sheila Princess Obia is my name, from Arua City. We are talking about the meaningful participation of youth in decision-making and processes. But it's very unfortunate that the people who are youth ministers are above the age. You find somebody who is way, like 2 times the age of young people, are representing us in ministerial position. So how are we going to be able to articulate our issues if we are not given the opportunity to make mistakes or to make amends for the things that rightfully belong to us? I think this government has been very unfair to the young people, to a level that the people who are called ministers for youth don't even represent the youth themselves. These are people who are older than us. They are very old, but they are busy talking about the issues of young people. I think it's incumbent upon us to position ourselves as young people for what is rightfully ours. And also to perhaps agree with the colleague that just left the stage much earlier, that creating or giving opportunity to young people to represent per sub-region is much more better. Given that, for instance, West Nile sub-region has about 13 districts. How can then one representative, say maybe for the greater north, be enough to represent the voices of these young people? Is that really being fair? If you look at the budget, how much has it been catered for the young people? Let's be honest. Let's debate things that are realistic. Because if you look at what has been happening in the budget trend, young people are much left out. I'll give an example, because once I contested as a woman member of parliament in Arua, and I came in number 2. During that process, the young people were asking me, what is it that I have for them? And in my head, I thought women's seat is created for a special need, for a particular need that women's issues are supposed to be addressed. What do the members of parliament for constituencies that are being marginalized or assumed for men do? What do these people do? You find the young people bothering women MPs for their agendas. Yet the government could actually do. Allow me to proceed with this.
Just in 15 seconds, please. I'll time that as well.
Okay. So you find young people running or chasing after women members of parliament, which to me is like some sort of misdirection. Because then their leaders are not accountable that much to them, or perhaps if they are accountable, they are largely unavailable. Because one, they have other places to cater for.
Honorable Speaker,
so at the end of the day, you find...
Could you just make sure that 1 minute would be too close to this sitting? Just maybe put the last word now.
You keep interacting that.
The last five words.
So much.
Yeah.
So you find the position or the spaces given to young people is not enough for them to advocate for what is rightfully theirs. Can we, the young people, stand up for our rights? Can we advocate for what is rightfully ours? It starts with us, that we take what we have heard from here to the grassroots to make sure that we bring those young people to also speak, because we are the biggest number.
Okay,
now,
thank
when
you. Can we limit it there so that we have more discussions from other August House members? Thank you very much, Honorable Sailor, for talking. Then I would also wish, because this issue affects the whole of West Nile, It will not be good if we only have. I would also want to hear what this meaningful decision could mean for a youth in Pakwachi, the one in Madiokolo, the one maybe in Zombo, for the honorable members who are in here, to have a very candid discussion coming from the whole of West Nile. Honorable Fataki.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to supplement on what the colleague just moved, that motion. Starting with the issues of societal norms that she mentioned and the cultural marginalization. You see, we have been looked as a group of people who are inexperienced, yes, who do not have the expertise to do what we actually understand within our dockets. And such things contribute to really limited access of us in decision making in our governance, and hence we are being dictated, some policies that are really against our will. So I recommend that the government itself have a reform and reviews on such matters. Now looking at experience, a colleague talked about experience. You want me to have an experience of leadership of 10 years or 5 years before I get into a public office or a political office. Yet the same government, during a curriculum review, removed political education in our time of study, which we will use as a reference point. How possible is that? It is really not possible. I recommend that if they are going to require us to have some experiences and skills, they should first of all try to bring them back and incorporate it so that we move with our age. We cannot move, we cannot meet the requirements that wants us to be in political office that are above our age. We are not rushing ahead of our age. So I recommend that let them take back political education. Let them take back leadership training to schools, not in Chankwans after becoming a leader. Let leadership start from school and we be trained there, not really in a place where a set of some people who already have the resources can drive and they have convenient discussions of what we don't understand as youth in those places. Then economic barriers. In times where basic survival is a priority, of course, engagement in the governance process becomes secondary. Honestly, I'm a prominent candidate of a youth MP, but right now for me to campaign, I have about 53 districts to move in. Me as a young person who has just freshly graduated from school, I have to reach all these cities, all these electorates, you see, with no resources at all. And you want me to compete with the same somebody who has had the resources, who has millions and has a constituent that you can count the number of voters in that constituent. So how possible it is? Some of these things are practically not possible. To conclude, the Right Honorable Speaker, we also have limited opportunities and platforms for the youth really to participate in these governance processes. So even where they are existing, those few that exist, sometimes they are practically inaccessible to us. Look at a very poor youth in Karamoja. You want them to travel to come and attend a session. Okay, let's say somebody from
Honorable, thank you. Our time is well spent. Thank you very much for that submission. It's okay, just in 15 seconds, I'll time that.
Foremost, my first recommendation in this aspect is that we should reinstate political education in the secondary schools and leadership training at the schools, not in the Chankwans.
Okay.
Secondly, we should empower youth financially. We should empower youth with the skills. We should empower youth. I mean, we should have platforms like Facebook to X space without OTT to discuss matters of youth interest. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Fatak. It's a validity. I've been challenging my LC1 since 1996. He has been in power. I would have experience in that. This is the last submission coming in here, and then after that, we have more motions to be moved and more discussions. I would want to see to it that in the next, those who have at least, I also want to make sure that it's a region or maybe a district balance so that we have a West Nile affair in this. So let's take mind if in the next discussions I don't make sure that you come on stage here just to give other people also the platform. As the speaker, I also have the authority to do so, but let's be mindful of inclusion. Just in 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, sir. One of the factors that I would like to add on hers, it is high expectations from the young people. We tend to expect a lot. Let's say, for example, when they organize such events, we are like, we need to get a lot in terms of transport refunds and all that, and we forget that the kind of information that we get from here, you're getting inspired from other speakers. People are doing a lot of things. We are getting to learn from them. I think as people organize for events, as young people, we need to support them. If someone invites you, you need to go. It doesn't matter whether this person must have like big monies and also the cars and all that. It is one thing that is going to push us as young people to go to higher levels, not minimizing opportunities. And then also believe, I would like to urge the government to believe in the capacity that the young people have. We have the potential, we have the energies, we have a lot that we can put on the table. So it's not until that you give me an opportunity, that is when I'll be able to expose, I'll be able to show my talent that this is what I can do. Because as they keep making the old people to represent the young people, they're actually demeaning the young people's potentials. So I urge the government to leverage the energies, the creativity, and the potential of the young people to participate in the government initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. That is the last submission for now. This would allow us to move to the next motion that is quite very also essential to us so that we have more discussions in here. Since this was a very crucial issue and it still had more discussions, I would also request more committee discussions on this and have a minority report so that we come up with an exact figure of, if we are to talk about maybe regional representation, how minority is West Nile, to Karamoja and to Acholi and to Lango, so that these submissions we're making here can have a very meaningful impact. Otherwise, it would be very absurd for the resolutions here to be pushed back to this plenary. So I therefore request we call upon the mover of this motion, that is Honorable Brenda, to come back on the floor of this parliament to make sure that we hear her prayers based on the discussion the August House has had here and looking at the extensive ideas also placed in here. If these resolutions that the clerk has captured in here could be put as a legal document for this parliament to work on for the next 1 year to come. Honorable, you're most welcome. Just in 2 minutes so that we move to the next.
Thank you, the Honorable Speaker, sir, the August House. Yeah, my prayer will just be brief and short. As I've tabled the first four, which was education, awareness, political inclusion, economic barriers, this, but not all that. However, I have colleagues who have added on the following. They talked about budgeting gap, which needed to be addressed. They talked about having our youth leaders to be in the ministerial positions where the elders are leading. So with this, the government should make sure that they kick off the older people, then as the young people be there. We also have a recommendation that at least government has a prayer that he must consider, if not per district, at least per region. Each region has to send a representative to the parliament such that we see that the issues are handled. Reason being, as we talk now, our honorable female youth MP who is there for the national, since we went to the parliament, I've not seen her apart from seeing her in the media. Only she considers her district, which is in AB, where at least the chairpersons, the brothers like those of Savior, the only one benefiting, not other districts. So by sending at least all the regions,
Honorable, this house also stands to protect the interest.
We also have political education to be tackled at school level, such that when they ask us experience, by the time we finish university, I have the 10 years experience in political education. Coverage for the regional, which we have talked, scaling of the youth by having other programs that can make us sustain our life at our own, building our capacity since we have our potentials to stand and lead, even to advise the president. If we are given that training and chance, we can even advise Museveni to be a better person to lead our country. Thank you for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Doris. For the interest of those members who are not here to respond to this, I'm not a spokesperson to the current people being said in here, but I know they will also make a submission to this parliament, that is the youth parliament, to see if really the absence here was based on that. As we move to the next item, I just, before I hand over to my clerk, allow me also get some of the comments from those who are viewing us online. That is those who are following us on YouTube. That is Faraji. You're very much crucial to this. There is a very crucial comment here that is also building up to this that the clerks have been able to capture. Isaac Opio from YouTube is saying that is on Faraja TV. The discussion is amazing. Youth need to be included in decision-making processes. As youth, we need to be intentionally about it through research, exercising our duties, and encouraging one another. And also, Adima Dennis puts it clearly as an online viewer on our Faraji platform, that let each sub-region be given a youth MP slot instead of the current regional representation. Those are issues captured from our online participants who are also the honorable members to this house. And he goes ahead to say that this will increase youth representation from 5 to around 20, looking at the various regions. Now we have around 18 of them, now including the national positions in there. This is the submission we are getting from online. The online viewers continue to be very key to this. Having had all this discussion on our second motion on the order paper, allow me to say that this issue has been closed and adopted as a working document to this parliament. Can I have people who can just move a motion to adopt this motion, having had this discussion and submissions and the prayer from the mover, and 2 secondments immediately to effect this so that we move to the next. Honorable 𝗪𝗿𝗀𝗁 Chan, just quickly move up here to move this adoption of this discussion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I, Honorable Chakachona Ivan, male councillor representing the youth for Pakwachi District, do move that a motion urging government to tackle the root causes of low youth meaningful participation in decision-making processes like budgeting processes, local and national issues, elections, and so forth, be included and adopted as a working tool for this August House. I beg to move.
2 secondments to effect this. Quickly just move. Honorable Maxwell. Any other person to second this? Zuria, Honorable Zuria.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, once more. I am Asik Maxwell. Before I second the motion, there's a critical point that I think the mover of the motion must have forgotten. The issue of reducing the nomination fee is one of the key areas that governments will interest and work into. Therefore, with this amendment, I stand to second the motion. Thank you.
This has been captured in the resolutions here. I think that also aligns perfectly well with that submission you've made. One more person, just to make sure that we adopt this as a working document to this council.
Thank you so much, comrades. By name, I'm called 𝗪𝗏𝘀𝘁. I'm actually here to second the motion that has been moved.
Thank you very much. Having heard that, meaning that we have a very valid document of reference to this parliament, I therefore take upon my clerk to take us to the next motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. At this point in time, allow me to take us through the next item on the order paper, and that is the motion calling on government to skill young people for environmental sustainability and climate action in West Nile. I do therefore invite Honorable Musa Sabir to come and take the floor.
Right Honorable Speaker, colleague members of Parliament, and our visitors and guests in the Parliament. My name is Sabir Musa. I come from Madiokolo District. I'm here to move a motion calling government to skill young people for environmental sustainability and climate action in West Nile. This motion seeks to prioritize the development of skills among young people in West Nile, fostering a generation equipped to tackle environmental challenges and lead in climate actions. I therefore seek a seconder for this very important motion.
Thank you, Honorable Musa Sabir. With due respect, I therefore invite 2 people to second the motion moved.
All protocol observed. My name is 𝗪𝗿𝗶𝗵𝗺. I'm from Pakwachi. I stand here to second this very important motion, and I beg you, Speaker, to allow me come back and deliberate on this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person.
The protocols be observed.
observed. I'm called 𝗪𝗿𝗀𝗪. I've come here to second the motion being moved.
Thank you so much. I therefore take this privilege to hand over the floor back to you, Honorable Musa, to interest us more or justify on the motion moved.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleague members of Parliament, environmental sustainability and climate action are crucial for the future well-being of our region. Whereas the young people of West Nile represent the future leaders and stewards of our environment, whereas equipping young people with skills of environmental sustainability and climate action will empower them to contribute positively to our community and the planet. Whereas there is a pressing need to address environmental challenge and mitigate climate change impact in West Nile, therefore be it resolved that this legislative body, which is our parliament here, supports and advocates for a government initiatives to skill young people in environmental sustainability and climate actions in West Nile. Be it further resolved that funding and resources be allocated towards educational programs, workshops, initiatives aimed at training young people in West Nile in practical skills such as renewable energy technologies, sustainable agriculture practices, waste management, and climate adaptation strategies. Be it further resolved that partnerships, which is very important actually, be established with educational institutions, non-governmental organizations, private sector entities, and even the community-based organizations in the grassroots communities, which are the villages and sub-counties. They should be involved in this particular partnership. And the reach of these skill development programs should be very far. Also, be it further resolved that progress and outcome of these initiatives be regularly monitored and evaluated to ensure their effectiveness and impact on the community and environment. And then be it, once again, be it further resolved that this motion be communicated to relevant government departments. I talk about the Ministry of Agriculture, talk about line ministries and any other institutions of government along that chain, and the stakeholders and the public to garner support and encourage participants, to encourage participation in these vital initiatives of saving the environment. Now, I therefore present this motion for discussion by the members of Parliament and raise issues that are important for us to see that we save the environment. Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable 𝗪𝗿𝗀𝗪, for that very elaborate submission on the motion you've just moved in there. I therefore would wish to open the floor over this August House for discussion, looking at Uganda's ratification to various climate actions or climate interventions, both locally and internationally. I think as a country, we are committed to upholding environment, sustainable environment as a nation, and also at international levels to see that we respect our ratifications based on our call to have climate as a top issue. And it is on this basis that this motion is coming to this August House. We would wish to say that let's have more discussion on this from this August House. Yes, Honorable, you're most welcome as the first person to have a discussion from the floor of Parliament on this issue that has been submitted right over here. I would also wish to say that we have more on this because environment is one thing that we need to trade muchly on. Yes, Honorable, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I observe the protocol. Once again, I'm in it, 𝗪𝗿𝗀𝗪𝗏 from Nile District. On the issue of climate change, right now climate change has become a sensitive issue that everyone is talking about and every organization is trying as much as to implement. On my part and on a humanitarian part, I would say that it's a critical issue, reason being that the more we destroy our environment, it's also a journey towards the human extinction. Reason being, there is what they call the biodiversity. It means we are depending on each other. If we destroy our own environments, we are not only destroying the environment, but we are destroying ourselves as well. Because this is the same environment we are going to be feeding ourselves on from. This is the same environment we are looking to protect us, to shield us. It's the same environment. But if we go ahead trying to destroy it, because right now if you look around, you find that some of the trees that we have around us are going to extinction. Reason being, we are trying to adopt to a knowledge that I think needs to be verified. It's not that I'm trying to say pushing forward is bad. It's okay to push forward. Most times I tend to give the example of the generation before us. They protected the environment. That's why we have what we have today. So what are we going to give back to the ones that come after us? And that brings me to my point. One thing I first to do is I look around, I feel like it's not easy to straighten a tree that has already been broken, that has already been bent. So one thing I would do and push forward for is having these environmental programs or knowledge, like mentorship, taking place or happening in schools, the generation that is coming before us. Because I think one thing you have to first do is change the mindset. And changing the mindset is going to be changing the mindset of the younger generation, so that when they grow up, they will be correcting the mistake that for us we have already made. So I'll push forward that if they are going to be pushing forward and working on improving environmental or climate change, please, let's implement this in schools. Primaries should have that knowledge. The nursery kids should also have that knowledge and know that it is okay to protect the trees or protect the environment. And the other thing I see is the government is trying so much to give out trees. But the trees they're giving out is mostly one that can be used for timbers. It's still cutting down trees. Why not bring in trees that we can benefit from, fruit trees? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Judith, for that submission, taking two issues of institutional approach as a serious modality for that. Let's have more discussion on this, as environment is a very sensitive issue to this August House. And this is also one on our order paper 7.3. Can we have more discussions on this, please? Any other person, if you coming in for this discussion, kindly stand up. Let me have Okello, then we'll have Okello, Dennis, then Honorable Okello will come later. Then we'll also move this other side to have Honorable Fataki, and then Albert as the fourth person on that order.
Thank you, Speaker, for catching your eye again. I still remain Dennis. When it comes to issues of climate, I'm very passionate because I'm a climate activist. It really pains me when you drive from wherever you're coming from, especially in one of the West Nile districts, let's say from Zumbu to here. You will barely see natural trees. You'll only see these artificial ones that we plant later on. To this, I suggest or make a resolution that can at least government prioritize and regulate commercial charcoal business, because this is one of the enemies to the environment. Then two, can the government also prioritize agroecology? Mr. Speaker, I would also advise that the government should sensitize the community on ordinances about the environment. How do we penalize somebody who is against the environment? Lastly, I would also suggest that let the government prioritize institutions like churches, schools, to plant trees, and families also to embrace tree planting, so that we can reclaim the environment that has been lost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ivan. Can I have Okello and then Fataki Albert? You follow that order, and then we come up here to Honorable Toko. Those who have shown interest to have more discussion on this discussion of climate action. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The aspect of environment is actually under in Sustainable Development Goal. When you go into the point number 13, climate action, and there are several points, even when you take point number 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 14, it actually caters the interest of environment and sustainability. And We have a legal framework, several of them in this country to address all this. But the main, biggest challenge is the implementation of all those legal framework that we have. Now, the following are my recommendations or prayers for this plenary sitting. One is about, it is a community program and initiatives. Therefore, youth engagement and programs need to be established, like clubs, workshops, and community-based programs to raise awareness and foster skills on environmental sustainability. We have eco-entrepreneurship support, which is needed for us as young persons. This provides resources and training for young entrepreneurs to start eco-friendly business, including funding opportunities and mentorship. Aware that we have mega budgets, always that we cry for. There is need for partnership and collaboration with the private sectors, so that the private sectors, they come in to actually partner with the non-governmental organization to provide actually as a social cooperative responsibilities, so that they support in terms of funding for the innovations that we have. Then we have the aspect of policy and funding. Actually, in incentives and grants, if incentives and grants can be offered to the young people in terms of scholarships, so that we innovate, we bring in new ideas. Then we have the aspect of policy development. Our policies still have gaps. The main gaps is in terms of accounting for the laws that we have.
Honorable, I think we're just time to remind you.
Lastly, to conclude, it's about practical projects and research. We need to do a lot of research on community projects and research opportunities. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Okello. May I have Honorable Albert, who is representing Pakwachi, to also come and make a submission on this discussion that we are stepping on agriculture.
Thank you once again. I'm 𝗪𝗪𝗏, as my name stands. Environmental protection and climate change are very important things that we should not take for granted. And as young people, we know that when we mismanage our climate and our environment, we shall be adversely affected more than the elderly people. And therefore, as young people, I think the most important thing that we need to know and we have to do first is that we have to understand the urgency of this crisis, the climate crisis and the environmental crisis. Once we understand the urgency of this crisis, then we can be self-motivated to start taking action by ourselves. And the action does not necessarily only mean planting trees, but also our lifestyles. Our lifestyles, our basic lifestyles. The lifestyle can be as simple as the choices of food we take. The lifestyle can be as simple as the kind of transportation we engage in. It is very critical for us to handle that. And therefore, also, I call upon the government maybe to put much more emphasis on spreading this information of climate change. Like if I take the example of some years back when HIV was an emergency case, it was such a critical challenge that the government put a lot of effort in primary school, in nursery, everywhere you go, you'll find people talking about HIV. I feel like the same kind of emphasis should be put on climate change, the same kind of emphasis should be put on environmental management. Through that, everyone shall take responsibility. People shall plant trees not just for the idea of getting money or getting fruits, but to fight for our well-being as a species, as humans. And my final submission would be that, as people, as young people, once you are empowered, a lot of projects are taking place. Good projects, infrastructural projects, and some of these projects, they are actually mismanaging our environment. Sometimes we just pass by because we don't have the idea, we don't have the right platform to challenge these people or to forward our concern about how they are mismanaging their projects. And yet, when they are signing the contracts, they actually agree to the contract terms that we are going to do such and such a thing to make sure our environment is managed sustainably. But when you go on the ground, you find a lot of things happening contrary to that. So I beg to submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable, for that submission. We have 2 submissions coming in here, Honorable Fataki. Then we'll come to Honorable Tokoleison to also put in that. just in 2 minutes to see to it that we have more members to post in their submission to this, just to have a very candid discussion in relation to this matter that has been presented at the floor of Parliament. Yes, Honorable, you're most welcome and take your floor.
Honorable Speaker, yet once again for giving me this chance. Starting from where the previous speakers ended, you see, climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is a reality affecting us now as the young people. And the West Nile region particularly has got a severe impact from these climatic changes, which has caused a lot of insecurities, that is in food, agriculture. We have had droughts, floods, you know. All this affects, at the end of the day, we the young generation and the youth at large. So how do we tackle these areas is what I'm really interested in. First and foremost, we need to skill young people in climate adaptations and mitigation strategies. Once we train young people, like a colleague said, right from home to schools to wherever they associate, they will get to know that it is important to preserve, protect, and also promote what our environment, that is, let's say, cutting of trees for charcoal will always be avoided. They look at alternatives, maybe go green activities. For example, you have a young lady championing eco stove. If we adopt to such, instead of using charcoal, then we'll be okay to go, and that is only possible if we train these young people. Secondly, sustainable development and economic growth. Now, investing in environmental sustainability is not just about protecting the nature. You see, you can plant very many trees. You can budget, evict people from swamps. But if you don't make them understand that evicting people is not the solution, but preventing them from encroaching those swamps is the solution, then we shall always be doing the same thing time and again, which will be a total waste of resources. It will be repeating itself. I applaud NEMA for what is currently doing in Kampala, evicting people. But I also want NEMA to look further, yes, to sensitizing people, to preventive measures than really enforcing measures. Because again, once these people have settled there and you inconvenience them, at the end of the day, they lead them to even to do severe things that are not environmentally friendly. Lastly, but not the least, innovation and technological advancement. That is the last, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Young people are naturally inclined towards innovation, technology, by providing them with the skills, yes, with the skills and knowledge to tackle environmental issues. We encourage the development of innovative set of leaders tomorrow. So we need to look at the primary cause in conclusion, and then looking at the challenges at hand. So therefore, I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that submission, Honorable Fataki. I think if after here, if there are more submissions or if there are no more submissions, we would be able to see how we can go to the review of this. We might also be repeating the same things here and there. Can I have Honorable Toko just in 2 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, let me observe the protocol as it had been drafted before. I don't have much to say, as much as the time is not, the time is against us. My dear honorable members, in the environment issue is actually at our feet now. As my dear honorable member from NEBI, Madam said here, that we should engage, or we should start it from the grassroots, from the nursery, primary. I just want to drop my submission directly, that we should empower kids to organize their own protests or forum to engage issues on a local level, whether with their schoolmates or neighbors. This way they can petition local government to engage in eco-friendly projects like shifting to clean and renewable energy, or supporting sustainable local businesses. So ladies and gentlemen, there's also one thing we should know. Right now, if you move around the country, our leaders are sitting on our wetlands, but the government is doing nothing about it. So I urge the government to interject into that matter to see that our wetlands are left as they had been before. I beg to submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Toko. I think this is the last submission coming in from Honorable Sila. Then after that, I would call the mover of this motion to give us his prayers. To this Honorable, you're most welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is still Sheila Princess Obia from Arua City. Just very quick, when we talk about environmental sustainability and perhaps tree planting and all of that stuff, we shouldn't forget about garbage management. Why garbage management is because how we litter our environment also contributes to the sustainability of our environment. If the environment we are in is not safe due to the littering of the environment, then it becomes a problem. So the question is, first of all, I will begin with tree planting. Can the government allow the young people access lands, perhaps wherever they are, if at all they are there, so that they be given opportunity to plant trees, not only to sustain the environment, but also as a commercialized sort of business where you would earn money from. You plant trees in about 5 years, you'll be able to reap from it. Because then that way, you're not only trying to conserve the environment, but you're also going to make money out of it, which is, in long term, you'd reap a lot from. That is one. And then two, the garbage disposal or management. You find young people, like in the morning, I was just traversing around the streets of this town. You find even young people who are selling on the streets, these vendors, they are disposing of rubbish just like that. What can we do to these people to conserve the environment where they are trading? Because whatever it is that you're selling, you need to sell it in a very clean environment, that even those who are buying may not fall sick from what is that you sold to them. So can we take deliberate action as young people to conserve our environment through preserving these environments where we live? One, it would be that we recycle some of these to be recycled sort of plastics, perhaps, to renew them or to do something useful out of them. Can we also talk about the young people to take initiative? I would add that maybe perhaps the government gives authority to the young people to be able to influence some sort of policies in a way that if somebody was caught throwing garbage just anyhow, this person, a young person, can actually take action there and then without waiting for what? Waiting for a police or the high authority to do something. I think involving the youth in that manner would also do a lot. And then can we, the young people, also start an advocacy to stop littering? I'm just repeating this because we, the young people, are, as they say, the future. But the future starts today. What is it that we are doing to make sure that the environment we are in is preserved for our children, the children that we are going to give birth to, and then after? Because the tomorrow we are looking forward to starts today. What is it that you're positioning yourself in achieving these goals? Are we deliberate? Are we intentional about these actions that we want to take forward? If we don't look at some of these things, it becomes a problem. Young people nowadays are dealing in a lot of things, say maybe food stuff, edible things. But the environment where you're trading, is it really comfortable enough for you to sell that edible thing that if I ate it, I would not be able to diurate, I would be able to stay safe? Ask yourself those questions, because I know we are hustlers out there. But when you're hustling, what kind of hustle is it? What kind of environment is it? Let's take deliberate effort to see to it that the environment we want our children to live in is actually to the standard that we're advocating for. Plus, to end, let us walk the talk. All these things about sitting in a fancy place, speaking good English, but then at the end of the day, we never actually walk the talk. I remember the same story was last year. I don't know how much of this was perhaps achieved. I would request from the speaker that, I don't know, the previous speaker, of course, walked out, but I would request that perhaps the previous minutes are availed to us to see to it that some of the things we talked extensively about in the previous sitting is implemented. Because it does not make factual sense that we are sitting here debating every same thing in the same manner, but so little is realized.
Okay.
What is the essence of sitting? Can we just sit and realize something very important out of this? This is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sailor, for that submission. Just to make assurance that this sitting will have effective deliberation based on what we have filed in here, that for the next 1 year, we'll be able to have a lot. For those who are also following us online, I want to appreciate We have an online comment coming in from Faraja TV, those who are watching us online. Alfred Karonga, I think, is pushing in a submission based on the previous motion that is looking at the CSOs and NGOs that come with programs that support youth initiatives to have a green idea. So I think Alfred Karonga is putting more ideas on how this must be aligned to the interest of the youth. Community participation as a key issue in that. Honorable members, allow me at this time, having heard from these discussions, to call upon the mover of this motion, that is Honorable Sabir Musa, to clearly put to the House, having heard from the plenary discussion and from your committee reports that you presented to this House, on your prayers for this sitting, and later on we'll see how we can be able to adopt it as a working and legal document for this August seated here in Pakwachi district.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and the members of the Parliament. When I was preparing this motion, I had in my mind the effort government is making. Too much effort government is making, but there are only some gaps that really needed us to work together on this. Key issues that I picked up here, on addition of what I prepared, that we pray that government takes it up seriously, is one, on the issue of enforcing the laws, the policies, right from the local governments. We have districts like 𝗪𝗲𝗀𝗏 district, which has, in 2019, when the district became operational, they formulated ordinances on charcoal ban, on these issues, but up to now they have not been put in practice. Why? The challenge of finance and in preparing the ordinance and all those steps. So it's important government finance or allocates resources to help in such areas to help and address the challenges. The issue of research is very important. It's one of the things that we really want government to invest on. Research that incorporates all the bodies, talk about the young people on all the sectors, the partners all together. The issue of collaboration is very key, right from the grassroots, the community, the CBOs, the NGOs, and even the individuals. We have people like Gerema Mustafa, environmental activist, who walked about 450 kilometers from Kampala to Yumbe and Arua, just fighting against the issue of cutting down of shana tree. So such people need to be brought on board as champions, and many more needs to be brought on board together with them. The issue of, and these many other issues, the mindset change. Because if I'm given maybe 100 seedlings to plant, and my mind is just fixed on one side, I'm just going to receive these trees, I'm going to waste them, not monitoring, it just stops there. So there's need to change the mindset of the young people and other key players to see that these environment issues are tackled seriously. Lastly, there's so many issues that I believe captured there that I pray that government surely takes them seriously and do them. And then the last thing I talk about is the alternatives. Presidential order number 3 is about the charcoal ban, which up to now, people are abusing that order in the districts of West Nile. I think it is high time these orders are put. This is presidential order, fountain of honor. It needs to be respected. I think it needs to be respected. Surely the young people are doing their best in districts like Adjumani, coming to arrest vehicles, the drivers of these such vehicles. But when they reach police, the issue is just dies there. And that now links to the judicial system, which needs to be strengthened, because that is, we believe in the rule of law, need to be taken to police, to court, and final judgment be made. I think with all these and issues that are captured, I pray that government takes them serious and implements them well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable House, and thank you, Honorable Sabir Musa. Having heard from this discussion, can I have a motion to be moved to adopt this as a working document to this Parliament for reference in case of issues to do with environment and climate? Can I have someone move a motion to adopt this? Yes, Honorable Okello, 𝗥𝗲𝗴𝗶 from 𝗪𝗲𝗀𝗏, thank you very much. As you come in here to move a motion, I would also expect some 2 people, honorable members, to second to this.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. after a thorough discussion and deliberation on the matters concerning environment and its sustainability, I think I therefore want to move a motion that the resolutions that we put here should be adopted as a working document for the government and the relevant stakeholders to put into implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. The seconder to this, just safely to move in so that we adopt this as a working document to this parliament for reference and for various businesses that will be contacted in here. Can we have the second person, or if this doesn't reach secondment, we can still take it back for discussion. Second secondment, please. It's a procedure issue that a discussion like this has to be moved. Thank you, Honorable Zuria, who is coming in here.
Thank you so much, comrades. My name still remains the same. I'm Swadik Zuria. I'm here to second the motion that has been discussed by our Honorable Sabir Musa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zuria. Having heard that, this becomes a legal document binding us as the parliament, the youth parliament seated in here. For those who are also watching us online from that is Faraja, thank you. These are comments that to have these two inclusion to this. Allow me just to air them out to this plenary from those who are watching us online on Faraja TV. For is what Fiona continues to add in here. Having heard from these online submissions and the room discussions, as the speaker to this August House seated here in that is Pakwachi, and of course the regional youth parliament for West Nile, and of course the issues are being deliberated from the motions from 7.1 to 7.3 based on the amended order paper. Allow me to have the following reviews in relation to the discussion that this House has been able to have here, looking at the honorable member submissions and your discussions. And with the intelligence and the wisdom of the speaker, I would wish to say that our first motion that was moved in here was on the issue of, that is the last, let me pick it from the issues of crime rate and substance abuse has been a very crucial issue. Looking at the submissions are made by members from the motion movers, it is clear and evident that this House has made the resolutions and agreements to see that we encourage and enforcement of available laws, and also to make it more practical to the region of West Nile. The August House seated in here through the honorable submissions that did make sure that the bylaws also need to be enhanced, looking at how the districts have been able to submit bylaws that are regulatory to our 1995 Constitution of Uganda. We also, this House also agreed that building and equipping rehabilitation centers is one of the measures in which drug abuse and substance abuse and of course the crime rate be reduced. These centers would be essence in which the youths have more moments to see that they learn and come out as reformed members of the society. These were the key submissions that I can be able to submit. More of this would be made available through the Parliament's official documents email to you in the due course as the clerks put more submissions to this. On the second issue that was moved through motion 7.2, this House through the honorable member submissions and the persons who, the honorable members who prepared this motion, did deliberate more on issues of meaningful youth participation, looking at the decision making in the youth arenas. Members did clearly put that there is need to the creation of sub-regional youth MPs as opposed to regional, where currently we have only 5 youth MPs for the whole of Uganda, looking at 4 regional and 1 national one. This August House seated here in Pakwachi district, the West Nile Regional Youth Parliament hereby pushes forward to have reforms to this and have more youth MPs based on sub-regions, therefore calling for West Nile and of course other regions like Karamoja, Acholi and Lango to have more regional submissions. Reduction in nomination fee for of course the MP, not only the youth MP, from 5 million to 500. That was what this House seated in here, the August House, did push in clearly. And of course providing adequate information on budgeting, and of course the budget process is one key thing that this August House feels that when we need to have a meaningful youth participation, these are issues that have to be taken critically. And on the floor of this August House, we also did have a submission on that is order paper 7.3, a motion that was looking at calling on government to skilling young people for environmental sustainable issues and climate action in West Nile. Having heard from these recent discussions in here, the August House has passed resolutions to have mindset change as a key tool to see to it that this could also affect lifestyle and have impact on what we can be able to do to improve our environment. And of course, creating community clubs. And this August House also made a very stance resolution on policy development and enhancement as a key to this. August House, having had from these deliberations from you, allow me to say that before we adjourn this sitting, we, as an order and procedure, if in the House we have, that is a protocol 001, to have a hearing from our beloved RDC Pakwachi, that is hosting us for this regional youth parliament that is happening right here in Pakwachi district on the 8th of July 2024, convened here with the delegates and honorable members coming in from the whole of West Nile. Allow us to put our legs together to welcome our honorable member who has been very pertinent to youth issues and issues of corruption. We have known Honorable 𝗪𝗲𝗪𝗶 for having advocated Stansley on how manning on the Pakwachi bridge has always been. This is a gateway to West Nile, and you have been protecting this bridge very well. And that's why we're able to be secure. Thank you very much, Honorable. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker, members of this august House, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am so much delighted to address this young parliament, and it is my first time. Where I make a mistake, you forgive me. I also continue to observe protocol, and I am very much delighted that we are here in Pakwachi. In a special way, I want to take this opportunity to welcome all the people from West Nile, from Kampala, and all parts of this country. You're most welcome to Pakwachi. Secondly, in a special way, you will also allow me Thank you. You will allow me in a special way to thank the organizers of this very, very important youth parliament. Thank you so much, first and foremost, for choosing Pakwachi to host this year's segment of the youth parliament. Thank you so much, our implementing partners. I'm told it is 𝗪𝗪𝗀 and all other development partners who have supported this function. Thank you so much for choosing Pakwachi. Secondly, thank you so much for supporting the youth agenda. I am one person who is very pertinent with issues to do with the young people. I have just graduated from being a youth. I think I'm now a senior youth. But the impacts or the effects which I went through as a young person, they are still very fresh in me. So that is why when I got the information that we are hosting the youth parliament in Pakwachi, I had to set aside everything. I said I must attend that function. That's why I'm here with you this afternoon. Honorable Speaker and the rest of the members, this has been one of the most enriching engagements I think I have seen, especially when the young people come together and put their matters together for action. This is very good as government, this is very good as a country, and this is very good as a nation. We'll continue to advocate, we'll continue to push, we'll continue to pray that these matters which were addressing or which we are raising as young people. In different forums, they will be heard. In different forums, they will be incorporated, especially when we are discussing matters of development. Otherwise, from me to you, I am very happy that I'm witnessing a very, very good breed of young leaders coming up to take on the mantle, coming up to take on the leadership of not only the region, not only the districts, but I think the country in general. This is very inspiring, especially on my side, and I will continue to associate myself more so with engagements such as this. And I think I came as an ex-official. Next time, I will also come as a honorable member probably, so that I have the opportunity to also give my views. But I know this is not the only forum where we can always share our views. Young people continue to face very many challenges, and not only at the local level, not only at the national level, even at the international scene, you find that the young people continue to face very many challenges. I will not be ashamed to mention here in Pakwachi specifically, we still have a very big challenge of young people having a challenge of HIV. HIV is still a very big challenge for us here in Pakwachi, and this may not only need the intervention of government, but it may need the intervention of all of us. It calls for a concerted effort for us to fight this vice called HIV. Yesterday, I had taken some young people for recruitment into the army, but one of the things which has pushed away the young people is HIV, among other diseases. So I call upon forums such as this. We continue to engage our peers, the young people, to shun some of those activities which make them very vulnerable. The other challenge we have in Pakwachi is the challenge of poverty. Poverty among the young people is still very high, and that makes them very vulnerable to all other issues, including security. They can easily become so gullible and very vulnerable, to the extent that if there is any kind of political vandalism, you find that the young people are always the one at the forefront. There could be others. I have heard about environment. Environment remains a very strong pivotal aspect or factor in the use equation, because when we damage the environment, we are damaging our future. So that also still remains a very big challenge for us here in Pakwachi. For those who slept here, you could have tasted the heat of the area. That's what we, the people, go through. And we are also partly to blame because of what we have done to the environment. Otherwise, these forums, these engagements, they continue to tickle government from all angles. And we should not stop at this. We need to push these engagements even to higher levels, to the national levels, so that we continue to advocate for what belongs to us. Away from that, Pakwachi still remains one of the best districts we have in West Nile. We have the water just there. We have the national park. Please, for those who are coming from very far, take your time and tour the district. We have hospitable people like myself, among others. Thank you once again, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving this opportunity to address this august house. I bless you, and I say all this for God and my country. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. That is our beloved RDC Pakwachi. And it would be an offense if we don't take a group photo together to remember Pakwachi for this. I want to appreciate Faradza Foundation Africa
I think, for choosing Pakwachi. If you want to have a very perfect gateway to West Nile, you temper with Pakwachi. That is what I always tell myself. And all the member of parliaments are from Pakwachi. Thank you very much for hosting us. I think as we also go and explore more, it would be very good for us to do that. In my closing remarks, I want to say that much appreciations to 𝗪𝗏𝗧 Foundation Africa, and in particular also to West Nile Youth Empowerment Center, as a center that has been able to mobilize this. These platforms are one that bring youth together, but however, we wish also to have more of these fundings to come to 𝗪𝗏𝗧 and all the partners who are giving this, to see that we have meaningful youth participation in forums like the regional youth parliaments. How I wish also one day that government learns from the ideas that NGOs, of course, powerful NGOs like 𝗪𝗏𝗧 are doing, to have an institutional foundation of building a specific parliament where only it is youths who can debate and make sure that one day this becomes a daily activity, that someone as a youth starts from a youth parliament, maybe one day gets to the full parliament in there. We therefore, in a very humble way, would wish to see that there are more budget coffers given to organizations like 𝗪𝗏𝗧 who are able to see us like this, and also to bring up more of these ideas in here. Without wasting more of our time, I want to say that it has been an honor chairing the 5th Parliament session, looking at our inception from 2019 up to now. It has been a journey worth moving with you as the honorable members, more particularly to those who are making history for the 5th regional youth parliament happening here in West Nile. From the first one from 2019, consistency has been very key, and the partners who have seen that this continue to be. For the next 1 year, I'll be working with you as members of parliament to this August house, and I'll be disturbing a lot of you in terms of your emails to see that the policies we have here come into reality. And as we prepare to go to the national parliament and of course the regional in terms of East Africa, I would wish to see to it that the ideas we debate here through with the clerk and the sergeants at arm and the officials are enthroned to this parliament, that we have viable issues. This should not only stop here, we can have more advocacy platforms to see that they implement what we are doing here. Thank you very much to the organizers, the funders, for opening your coffers to see that the youth are able to be engaged in this session. Allow me to say that before I make this adjournment to this house, we are only adjourning it, but the house continues to be a parliament that anytime would be able to have more discussions. We'll be ending this with the singing in a reverse order, our national anthems, the anthems in here, guided by the clerk to this August house. I therefore adjourn this sitting and commence the singing of the anthems.
Thank you so much, the Right Honorable Speaker, for the 5th Parliament of Uganda. As the sitting has been adjourned, may we rise up and kindly sing the anthems in a reverse order. Mongo tamba machifiki Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki tuwezetu na tuwesize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwashibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, ni jumuiya yetu. O Uganda, we lay our future in thy hands. United, free for liberty, together we always stand.
𝗪𝗏𝗀 Africa Foundation and her partners organized the East African Youth Parliament in 2018 following the establishment of the East African Community, which comprises of 7 member states, that is Burundi, Rwanda, Kenya, South Sudan, Tanzania, Uganda, and the recently added Democratic Republic of 𝗪𝗏𝗀 Africa Foundation and her partners organized the East African Youth Parliament in 2018 following the establishment of the East African Community, which comprises of 7 member states, that is Burundi, Rwanda, Kenya, South Sudan.
I traveled all the 6 countries by bus. I met a lot of young people. I got a big connection with them. So that's really inspired me that what am I going to do after finishing being a speaker? So being a partner was the first thing I was looking to partner with 𝗪𝗏𝗀 and continuing supporting young people. And actually, we did it. We started advocating for the post-parliament agendas.
The East African Youth Parliament, also known as the Vijana Assembly, is a platform that provides young people with a dedicated space to participate in regional governance, advocate for youth issues, and contribute to the development and integration of the East African community.
What sparks your participation in the East African Youth Parliament?
Okay, I'm passionate about East Africa. I'm a Pan-Africanist, and I love having that nationalism, especially East African, like how they say Africa is our business. To me, East Africa is my business.
An important thing to note about this year is that for the first time we have DRC on board, and Chris is not only the representative from DRC, but also the clerk for the 5th East African Youth Parliament.
I've learned so much from them, and one thing is for sure, the future of East Africa, as one of the honorable said, is in safe hands. Learning about integration and how we as youth could benefit, on some of the things going on in the YALA as an institution, but also how do we get more, Congolese youth mostly to join this movement and help advance the region of East Africa community as a whole.
The sexual reproductive health bill is pertinent to major issues concerning sexual education, issues concerning reproductive health, issues concerning the rights of people generally, inherently rights such as abortion, rights on segregative mothers, and all those, without forgetting menstrual health and hygiene.
When we look at East Africa in general, we are really blessed with abundant resources, especially agricultural resources. But the agricultural resources are not utilized economically and sustainably in East Africa. And that's why I raised that motion to urge the young people to really engage in the agricultural business. So we need to understand, especially the young people, they need to know that agriculture is the backbone of Africa in general.
We started advocating for African Charter on Democracy, Election and Governance, but also we were also advocating for South Sudanese to enter to Tanzania without paying visa. In that time, it was just like recently they were entering to the community, and still the young people from South Sudan, when they came to Tanzania, were entering by paying visa. So also we advocated for it, and that was the best practices.
In a nutshell, the EAYP aims to have young men's and women's voices in the critical decision-making processes from national to regional legislative processes, inspiring a coordinated regional governance framework while being the key enablers of change. The East African Youth Parliament, also known as the Vijana Assembly, is a platform that provides young people with a dedicated space to participate in regional governance, advocate for youth issues, and contribute to the development and integration of the East African community.
this is majorly a learning place. The more we present ideas here, we are grooming a leader.
This East African Youth Parliament occurs every year in November. It brings members, youth from member states, the 7 member states of East Africa, that is South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, DRC, Rwanda, and Burundi.
I see myself as at the place that I feel I can speak for my people. Like our country is among of the country that is in the integration of East African community. So as I'm here, I see myself as a representative for others who didn't make it here.
The East African Youth Parliament being diverse, being a body that, or a platform that gathers different youth from different countries, 7 of them from the 7 member countries. Then when we talk about inclusivity on my own side, I just look at how do we bring everyone together? How do we get to harmonize their voices?
Faraja has been doing this for the past 6 years, and we can see that there have been some improvement in each and every year that we come for the sitting. First of all, it's the choice of the motion. Second of all, it's the choice of the people who participate in this youth parliament. You can see that the youth are eagerly and are very much willing to air out their views, and they have researched what they are saying. They are not just here for propaganda or just speaking out of nowhere.
This is my first time actually attending the 6th East African Youth Parliament. I got to learn a lot, getting together as youth, discussing what we're facing and being able to navigate and being able to discuss our problems and how to go about them.
During the proceedings of the 6th East African Youth Parliament in 2023, young people engaged in substantive discussions encompassing a spectrum of motions aimed at fortifying governance structures within the East African community. The motions included fostering the economic integration of youth, advancing initiatives related to sexual reproductive health, promoting regional peace and security, and advocating for heightened environmental sustainability within the EAC.
Motion number 1 was about implementing the East African integration and its governance. Now that, for me, it has been delayed a lot. I feel like it should have been done yesterday, and the fact that we had opportunity to discuss it here, I think maybe we shall be able to steer it. We were speaking about how the governance of East African community can take place very quickly. Now, I feel if at all this region is governing itself as a region and not just like countries, would save lots of monies in administration.
Within this assembly, the youth formulated several recommendations and issued a collective appeal to their respective governments and authoritative figures, urging concerted efforts to better the well-being of the populace in the region.
Of course, yeah, I agree 100%, just because East Africa is people, and among the people it is, there is a big percentage is the youth. So it is all about the activity that the integration is about us. So we have to take part, we have to take a role in order to make this integration be beneficial to everyone.
Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, South Sudan, Congo, all of them have embassies in most of these countries. But if at all we were one region and we have just one governance, we would have one embassy, and that all that